Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready, 100% now. Yes, I'm ready, eyes wide open. I'm ready to move, 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready. I'm ready to move. Well.
That you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am. Oh, baby, take me as I am. Oh, no, no. Take me as I am. Oh, take me. Oh, take me. Yeah, take me. Take me as I am. Leaning on the window pane, I found my mystery woman. The flame drives me insane. She's heavenly creation, the spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotions. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Some might think I'm crazy. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart as the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I fell head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Whoa, girl, shake that body. Show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party. Don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body. Shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down to the nightclub in my stretch SUV. 'Cause you know, girl, when we're dancing, there's no place I'd rather be. Yeah, yeah.
It's been a long ass break, and it's been a long time since the group stage started here at DreamLeague Division 2 Season 4. Permasneeze and Winter taking you through the next phase, I guess, of the action. We're still not done with the group stage just yet, though, but for Winter and I, this is gonna be the first time we get to watch some spicy Group B games. I personally have been wanting to watch these two teams for a while now. We've just had our hands full with all this Nigma Galaxy. Screw that. I'm on Group B hype train now. I'm trying to figure out Breeki, Cheeki, and South American Rejects. Which one of these teams is gonna take the top spot?
Sorry to break your bubble, my friend. This game does not matter anymore to either teams. They are both. I guess
They're
it
both
matters
qualified?
a little.
It does matter. It does matter.
It matters for Breeki Cheeki. They need to win. Yeah, they need to still win at least one game. But South American Rejects, they are through to the winners bracket already.
Yeah, confirmed spot for them, so they'll be very happy about that. I think before we went for the break, Winter, you said that you wanted to... Maybe South America Rejects, obviously, they're playing PGL Wallachia at the same time. They just took a pretty difficult loss to Paravision. Let's look at the standings while we talk about how that went down, because for them, they actually smashed Paravision in game number 1, and then game number 2, game number 3, I think all the analysts and casters all agree that those were games they could have won. So to lose in that fashion, maybe a bit of dampened confidence. They still have to try and face off against Breeki Cheeki here, though, and Breeki Cheeki, I feel like their team name is not a good representative for how strong this team is. It sounds silly. Their team icon has 6'7" in the image. They sound like they're just kind of joking around, taking it casual, but they actually went pretty far in the Eastern European close qualifiers. They managed to take some pretty significant games. They managed to defeat Bet Boom in the upper bracket quarterfinals. So yeah, these guys are the real deal. But of course, like you said, Winter, there's still a lot of contention in the middle part of Group B.
Still need to win all your remaining games. I guess this is their last game of the group stage. Yeah, this is the last game, so they have to do well so they can actually ensure that they are in the winners bracket. So all to play for Breeki Cheeki, but South American Rejects, I guess they're taking a breather right now, especially after their loss to Paravision just moments ago, an hour ago also.
Have you ever been in a situation where you're playing two tournaments at the same time?
Nope,
Because
never ever.
Bro,
I'm not a two-timer, bro.
Bro, that sounds like the craziest thing ever. It sounds so difficult because you're waking up, you're prepping for your main opponents, and then after that, you take such a difficult loss, right? And then you're like, okay, we still got to fight Breeki Cheeki, who are no pushovers themselves. Like, if you're the coach of this team right now, South America Rejects, obviously they're on the grind. They're looking for an organization. They're trying to make South America proud. But what is the mindset? Like, how do you kind of gear your boys up to be ready for these back-to-back tournaments?
I think this is the time where I would actually just grant all their requests. Anybody has some hero requests that they want to try, this is the game. They just went through a very, very tough loss against Paravision. And you don't want to waste games like this, right? So you can always use it to improve the strategy, improve the draft. So if there's certain things that you need to test, you test it out now. And if there are certain things you got to get out of the way, the players 10 games in a row requesting that particular hero. This is the time to just give it to them so you please them. So there'll be no further engagements with HR complaining that the coach does not listen to the players. So this is the game that you
Yeah.
have to use for that matter.
Yeah, it's not really a throwaway game, but it's the fulfill quota game, right? Like you gotta keep them happy. You gotta just sign and sign. Okay, you know what? Stop asking me for Tinker position 4. I already gave it to you in that Breeki Cheeki game. Shut the hell up. We're trying to focus. As that's what it gives you in the draft. Is that what you say? Which I feel like every time you tell me about your coaching perspectives, there's a lot of manipulation going on here.
Wait, I didn't say anything about manipulation.
No, you don't have
There
to.
is-
I mean,
There
it's
is a
kind of like
simple. There is a simple procedure. If you want to request for a hero, you have to go through a certain process, right? Everybody has to do
Okay.
it.
okay. And South America rejects. I will say that at least from watching their games, Winter, I'm sure you have as well, both here in Division 2 and at PGL Wallachia. I feel like they have never had an issue picking their heroes anyway. In fact, I feel like they don't fully conform to the meta as much as some other teams. They're still
they don't.
going back to their favorites. They're still sticking to their comfort. In that particular case, do you want to do maybe the opposite and then say, okay, guys, we kind of have a game that is not going to affect the standings because we're already in the upper bracket. Let's try and play some meta heroes that we're maybe not so comfortable with.
If you look at even the games yesterday, they were playing so many different heroes. They played 2 games yesterday against BTC.
Yeah.
Yeah, and who's the other open? Alice Venturas. I mean, they kind of picked very, very different heroes in the series. I mean, I guess they still needed to win one more of the games. But I mean, I expect them to try to identify what are the things that they can try out. Maybe you definitely have some potential picks that you might want to pull it out later in the playoffs, but you're unsure of, right? I think these are the type of games that you test those theories out. I'm not trying to say that they're gonna throw the game, but I'm just saying you already made it to the group's playoffs from the group stage. So this is the moment where you should use these games to try out certain 50-50 strats you're unsure or you haven't really fully tested out. You don't want to waste the games like this, and by just playing your normal heroes and then okay, we win the game, then so what? What do we gain? We're already in the playoffs. So if we win this series 2-0, what do we gain? We gain nothing, right? But why not just try to use it to test out certain things, that you're unsure of? Then you gain a better understanding about whether the hero is going to be able to work or not.
So just from your experience watching the South America Rejects game so far, I feel like this is a team with a very clear identity. But maybe for some of the viewers that haven't had the chance to watch them just yet, how would you describe this team, Winter? Because in my mind, they are very unique.
They are fight. That's all you need to know about this team. They will not give up anything for free. You will never get a piece of real estate on the map without a fight. That is South American Rejects right there.
And is that
gaming roster?
True. They're gonna make you hurt if you try and come for their loot, but is that a good thing in this current meta? Because I feel like we've noticed quite a lot of games where, playing patient or maybe just hanging back and being the scaling team ends up benefiting a lot of these, especially Division 2 teams. Do you think it's gonna help them out here against Breeki Cheeki?
Against Breeki, Cheeki will be whatever. I don't think it's really that important that they're fighting too much. They should be patient. But I think overall, if they want to beat the better teams, like the tier 1 teams, you need to know when you have to be patient. You need to know when you have to tone down your aggression. Right? They are a very aggressive team, and I don't think it's that easy to just shut it off. The aggression. You need to we have to sit back, get farm. We need to play the map. It's okay if somebody dies here. We're just taking over this area. It's not something that comes natural to this team. I think you need somebody to yell at them, after the game. What the hell are you guys doing? Say talk some sense into the players. I think there are games where you actually have to, play more level-headed, play more calmly, and win the game. And if you can identify which are the games that you have to play like this, and which are the games that you can just go in your bulldozer mode and just run them down, then you'll be able to get to the next level.
Yeah, I'm honestly quite curious what the team dynamic is like because South America, they have their fair share of captains, shot callers, and whatnot. But if you look at the composition of these players right now, none of them have really been known to take that role, right? Frank is a bit more of a quiet guy. He's not the type of person to, be shouting and everything. Schofield's literal nickname is the Mute because he says nothing ever in games. And then you have Wits, who is this young kid, probably not super confident to be a shot caller yet. Mago has always been known to be a bit of a hothead. So you kind of got all these pieces. El Micho shy as shit. So I'm wondering what the team comms sound like because I don't know who the hell is making the calls. Maybe all of them are just so geared up to aggression that they don't even need to say shit. They see an enemy hero, they just run you down.
El Micho should be the one that speaks some sense to his teammates. I think out of all the players, he is the most level-headed person, so I imagine he's the one trying to hold them back before they overchase, before they enter enemy base, tier 3 tower, trying to kill someone, but the tier 2 is still alive outside the base, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's a classic. That's the South America rejects move. But we talk a lot about South America rejects. Let's talk a little bit about their opponents here, Breeki, Cheeki. Now, I already mentioned they had some surprising results in the first part of the Eastern European close qualifiers, right? They were able to take a 2-1 against Bet Boom. I think that's when everybody started looking at them saying, hey, who are these guys? They kind of seem pretty strong. They also had some moments where there were clips, right, of their individual plays. I know Dark Lord, he's been a high MMR position 1 player for what feels like forever. He had a crazy Phantom Lancer outplay. So these guys, they definitely have the skills to pay the bills. The question is whether they are able to kind of sustain that, right? Because what happened to them in the close qualifiers in Eastern Europe, Winter, in case you didn't follow along, they had those good results at the start, and then it almost felt like they petered out and ran out of gas somewhere along the run.
Yeah, ran out of strategies, or just couldn't play at a high level too many series in a row. I think a lot of the teams at this range, they have problems sustaining their level of play. It's very, very hard. Like if you have to play, say, 2 series in a day, right, or 3 series in a day, and you have to be able to play at the same level or even higher, sometimes to ensure that you get the results you desire. Consistency is a problem because sometimes teams at this level, the hero pools that you have, people are banning it out because you're playing a lot of games at the same time. So they are realizing, this is a key hero for you. They ban it out and you don't really have like equal level of replacement. Maybe you do have some replacements, but it doesn't give you the same level of results. So you don't see consistent results if you have to play too many games, say in the course of 2 to 3 days. Then you get exposed. I think a lot of teams at this range have this problem, and it's a problem that's very difficult to get past because players, you can't just overnight or in 1 week, 2 weeks develop I'm going to add 2 heroes to my pool just so you can actually have a replacement captain. So if people ban my whatever hero, first 2 heroes or first 3 heroes, I have a 4th or 5th hero. A lot of players don't actually have the luxury to have such a huge or wide hero pool. It's actually a very normal problem to have. So you have to try to figure a way to solve the problem. I think that's my favorite part of being a captain or a coach in the team is the Rubik's Cube, right? You have to solve the Rubik's Cube. Every Rubik's Cube is different. Every team has a different problem. Every team has a different hero pool, and you have to find a way to go in, sit down on that drafting chair, the captain chair, and you have to figure out a way to minimize the problem and enhance or optimize the strength of the team so that you can actually have a better chance of winning in a tournament where you have to play a lot of games within 2 to 3 days.
That's actually such a great way of putting it, like the Rubik's Cube analogy, right? Especially useful for a lot of these tier 2 teams because a lot of the time you aren't working with players who have been playing together forever. They are very much maybe pub stars. The mid laner knows the POS 4, the POS 5 is a friend of the carry, something like that, and everyone comes together and they need somebody to control that chaos. I guess that's the main difference maker because Winter, you and I, we cast a lot of games in Southeast Asia, and sometimes it feels like these stacks, they come together, and even though they are well-known players in Southeast Asia, they might not have necessarily worked together before. So putting that all into the same cube, suddenly the colors start flashing, you get epilepsy, it's rough. So really tough job, especially for a lot of these tier 2 coaches if they are part of these teams. But we'll see the Rubik's Cube in action, Winter. This is, am I right to say, your favorite part of the game?
The Rubik, the first pick Rubik, yeah, hell yeah, first pick Rubik. I want to see the
No,
Rubik's Cube.
I was talking about the draft, brother.
Give them Pangolier so you get the Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, true. That's we've seen that used already. I think Nigma in particular, Omar has shown he is so damn comfortable.
Bro, Rubik is no freaking way. This hero is the best pause for right now. This is a fucking hero, you know. It's so
I agree. So
insanely hard
stupid.
to deal with. He does too much in the team fight. It's insane. The shot is crazy. The innate is crazy. Everything is crazy. The fate bolt itself, the basic ability is crazy. Reduction to physical damage and reduction to spell damage. Like, what on earth? Why would you pick
what? Any other pause
when there's Rubik? No, why would you
That's
want to
true.
pick Underlord to reduce that right click damage when Rubik can do both, you know?
Why are we not seeing Rubik Core then? Is that okay? You just scoffed at. Okay, all right. I'm not gonna see that. Okay. that's fine.
Why are we not seeing Crystal Maiden Core? I'm not gonna answer. Okay, it's too big of a gap.
I don't know. Yeah, that's a bit much, bro. I mean, Crystal Maiden got some nice buffs, sure, but I think that's a bit of a tough one. Okay, genuinely though, I guess it's because I feel like our conversations really changed, right? We were casting this patch from maybe 1.5 weeks ago to now. It started with, oh, I don't really know whether Rubik can be first picked. And then we were thinking, oh, maybe Rubik can be first picked. But then now you need to make sure you build a draft around it, right? Because Rubik has some gaps and you need to make sure the rest of your team fill up the gaps. And then now we're full on like, we don't give a shit. Just pick the Rubik. He's that good. Like, what changed over the course of these weeks? Do you think the teams just figured out how to use him a bit better?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mike.
Okay. All right.
Have you ever played a new patch with a ton of changes and in the first 2 weeks figure out all the broken heroes? No, right, Mike? Come on, tell me. Be honest. How long does it take you?
I'm gonna be so real with you. When a new patch drops, I do one of two things. Either I'm too scared to touch the game for a week, or I just play and I have no idea what's going on, but it's so freaking fun. So I mean, we're in a different line of business, brother. You're over there trying to figure out the best strategy. You're analyzing and everything. You try to preach to the players and the pros. I'm just over there clicking buttons, having a good ass time. We are not the same.
Indeed. I look at the numbers and you don't look at the numbers here.
That's true. Yeah. Okay, well, what do the numbers tell you about this Kanka first pick? Of course, we talked about South America rejects maybe wanting to get a little bit of a benefit from this matchup because realistically speaking, it doesn't affect the standings, right? But this feels like they're just going back for comfort.
I'm checking. Have they ever played this hero in the last couple of days?
Yes, it's a Dark Mago
right?
hero. Yes.
Oh yeah, it's a Dark Mago hero. He plays Bat Rider, he plays Konka, right? These are his two heroes.
Yeah, Bat Rider,
now-
Kanka, Tiny, and then recently he added Ember and Mars. Those are the big ones.
I mean, he played a mean corp, you know. I saw his corp game. I think it's his hero. His new hero right now. And Slaughter, no stranger to anyone right now. Everybody loves a big piece of fish and chip, you know, especially deep fried. With a nice batter on top of it to protect the meat, so the meat is juicy and savory after the deep frying process. And sometimes you even double fry it to get a different level of crispiness on top of it.
Someone needs to put a side-by-side clip comparison of what winter sounds like casting like in the afternoon versus dinner time, because I swear to God, every single game around this time, just for you guys, we're in Southeast Asia, right? You might be watching this from Europe, different parts of the world, but it's currently 8 p.m. and it's winter's dinner time, and in case you couldn't already tell. But yes, we have ourselves a fish. Whether he's protected by batter or not, that's another question, but they don't seem too concerned about the Kanka. They're going to chain that up with a clockwork pick for themselves here.
Yeah, this is also a very interesting hero right now. I think it's kind of clear that a lot of the players, after playing this new change clockwork or reverted clockwork or whatever you want to call it, people are starting to realize, hey, this hero is still damn good, you know? with the cog pushed back, and he got like a slight buff to the damage on the power. Let me check. I think it was a 5 damage buff per level.
Yeah.
On the
Is it mana
cogs.
burned, right? Like the mana
Both,
burn
both,
increase
both.
as well, you said.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
just the mana burn. Sorry. So the mana burn got increased, and the interesting change as well is like the ability to walk on top of the cogs, so you can
Yeah.
actually just go in and out very conveniently. I mean, the mana cost reduction is nice and all, but it's whatever, 5 mana cost, that's whatever. But overall, I think the Clockwork Hero is still pretty useful if you have a specialist on it. You have a BKB piercing stun, you have a scouting tool with a rocket flare. You're very disruptive in the team fights. I think it's just a very useful hero. But we did have a conversation about the melee supports, right? It sort of felt like the melee supports kind of fell out of favor, and everybody is just winning with double range supports right now.
Yeah. We're still seeing some melee supports come out in the way of Tusk though, and specifically
Where the
Winter.
hell is Drew Big?
Yeah, that's a great question. Okay, here's my read on it. Maybe Breeki Cheeki will pick it, but I'm looking at the hero pools of both Breeki Cheeki and South America Rejects. This Clockwork is a very contested hero. We are no strangers to Schofield, so we know he's gonna pick the Clockwork no matter what. But
No.
it
Mike,
seems
Schofield
Yeah.
is the melee dude. You do not give
Yeah, that's true.
Schofield range hero, period. How
True,
he gonna dive? How he gonna do Schofield things if you give him some freaking, I don't know, like some Phoenix, it's just...
Yeah, can you
This ain't
imagine
gonna-
Schofield
ain't
playing
gonna
Crystal
work,
Maiden?
man. Yeah, that's the worst one.
Yeah,
That's
please
gonna
don't
be
do
the
that
worst
shit.
possible one. Give him a slow ass range hero.
Yeah, it's not a good look. But about my point with the Clockwork, it seems like it's something that Breeki Cheeki like a lot as well. Apparently, it's the hero that's most banned against them. 8 bans across this group stage so far. So maybe there's a secret Clockwork specialist. Perhaps Asdecor is great at it. For now, we're seeing some quick picks. Lone Druid being snatched up. Breeki Cheeki will get that with the Phoenix for the team fight. But South America Rejects going back for something that didn't really work for them against Paravision. They're going for that Wind Ranger, presumably a carry here.
Wind Ranger is fantastic here, Mike. It's all physical right clicks from LD and Sada. Guess what? You run like the wind. You don't give a damn to right clicks. You don't give a damn.
Okay.
Only if you can actually use focus fire on the egg, that would be next level. The hardest of hard counter to Phoenix.
That's some bullshit, bro. That's so sad. Can you imagine? Like, I think if it countered the Phoenix in like a pro game, I wouldn't be so sympathetic because you didn't ban the win. But like, can you imagine just playing your pubs and then you pick a Phoenix and the other guy just happens to pick a win? You're just like, well, it's kind of like the Medusa AM matchup in the pub. It's just so sad. So sad. But yeah, this Wind Ranger, it was all the rage just a month ago, and then I think the removal of the Tangled Facet in particular made a lot of players move away from her. I guess it's just a wits comfort hero, like South America Rejects are very happy to run this.
There's some players still playing it. Make still plays it sometimes.
Yeah.
Not as good as before, but maybe some games it can work, especially if you have a Tuss as a pos 5. Maybe. I don't know if Schofield is handling the Grimstroke, but it feels like
Oh,
Schofield
he did
is
play the
definitely
Grimstroke just now.
Yeah, I mean, but it feels more like I guess with the hero setup, if you want Conquer on offlane, you want a Grim with you. So the Tusk will lane with the win. And now they will pick a mid hero, a Dark Margot hero to round the whole lineup up. What do they need? Or he's going to say, I want the Kanka. But I have a feeling he says, I'm going to bring the pain. I'm going to cause the pain to my opponents. Slaughter, I dare you to come to the mid lane.
He's going to cause the pain to his opponents by picking Kanka, right? Is what you're gonna say? As he's gonna Tidebringer them, he's gonna bolt them, the Radiance is gonna, there's so much pain. Sometimes, some people call him the king of pain, actually. Stupid as true. Okay, Tide Hunter comes out. That's gonna be the Frank hero. Very good into the Lone Druid. Solid into the Slada. The Ravage is always going to come out in the team fight. So now South America Rejects, they have a lot of minus armor, a lot of physical, good control, good catch. It's looking like a pretty solid draft.
Tide against Slada and Lone Druid.
Mm-mm.
Can't get any better than this,
True.
It's a very good tight game. So what can you pick to counter the Tide. Obviously, the Viper is always the best counter against Tide Hunter. But they go for the Timber, which is also a decent counter. It's against 3 strength heroes, Tide, Toss, and Conquer. Very good against Windrunner carry. You just take points in the reactive armor, so you don't die to that focus fire. It doesn't really synergize very well with his team's heroes, I would tell you that much. Slardar, short stun. Clockwork, short stun. Phoenix, no stun. Lone Druid, I guess
Entangle?
you can make an argument that hero has a stun. Yeah,
Something like that.
Yeah, Timber isn't really the best with their lineup, but it's very good against the opponent's lineup. So every time you have all this 24 pick, you're always discussing, can we find a hero that rounds everybody up, in our lineup? Or we want to pick something that makes everybody in the enemy team feel like they want to leave the game. So they have chosen the second option. They're trying to make the Tide, the Kanka, the Tusk leave the game, with this Timbersaw.
Yeah, I really like this pick, especially on Chodex, because Chodex, he's been around the block a little bit, but I think he's very well known for being a Marcy, Brewmaster, and Timbersaw specialist. Those are his heroes, so you can bet your ass if he has a perfect Timbersaw game in front of him, he can absolutely carry it here for Breeki Cheeki. Now, this roster, they were able to surprise Bet Boom in the Eastern European closed qualifiers. Maybe they can surprise South America Rejects here. You got to keep in mind, South America Rejects, they are 1 series in today already. They lost to Paravision at PGL Wallachia just earlier today. I think less than an hour ago at this point. So they might be feeling a bit downtrodden, but maybe they can pick themselves back up again. So do you like the more well-rounded Rubik's Cube finale of South America Rejects, or are you liking this disruptive last pick that's going to try and make South America Rejects leave the game on Breeki Cheeki?
I hate just focusing on countering the opponents and have no draft integrity. So I'm going to go with the South American Rejects here. They are going to be my favorite because I do not like fish and chips here. There is no synergy with the fish and chips. You can't just make fish and chips without, the chips, Where's the chips? Where's the mash? Nothing. No synergy with the Slardar. Where's the right click damage? I guess the Lone Druid is the right click damage, The Lone Druid bear, the spirit bear is going to be following the fish around. I hope the bear likes a piece of fish every now and then.
Yeah, I feel like whenever we see Lone Druid, the heroes in the Lone Druid's team can kind of be a +1 to the bear, right? I'm thinking like Tusk. Sometimes we see Shadow Shaman, Lion.
Lord.
Yeah, connecting from globally,
Nature's Prophet.
There we go. I don't know whether that's a good one, but yeah, Nature's Prophet could work as well. But yeah, I agree with you. I think the Slardar makes sense when playing with the bear, but then you're taking some pretty important pieces for Breeki Cheeki off the map. The 2 supports don't really tell me the story of how they really want to play the game. Not necessarily the strongest lane combos either. Maybe you can argue the Phoenix and the Lone Druid are going to do well. But then you have a Clockwork Timber. So I guess the Clockwork's going to roam. Yeah, I mean, the pieces are kind of a bit messy right now. They need someone to shift all these roles into place. Whereas for South America Rejects, I feel like the picture is so clear, right? What they want to do.
Crystal clear, my friend. South American Rejects. They have very big team fight. Grimstroke can incel the Tusk, can incel the Kunka, can incel the Tide. They have, I think, a hard carry that can kind of counter the enemy carry matchup with the Windrunner. I mean, it's very straightforward, You have tag team and Windrunner. They're going to just run at you very early on, South American Rejects, they're famous for just being super aggressive. They want the kills. They don't really care about farming. They want to kill the heroes, take the towers, take the objectives. So this is going to be a very, very aggressive game. They have to play through Frank, the Tide Hunter. I think he's going to be the anchor on the map, and they're going to be rotating towards his lane to to take his tower to kill the heroes in his lane. So he'll be that unkillable beast in this game.
Do you really think it's going to be the Tide? I thought he would just be left on an island and then they might want to play towards Dartmago. Because in my mind...
Do not leave the Tide alone. How dare you leave a Tide alone in the game?
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
You want to enable him. When the Tide is indestructible, when you lace him with adamantium, then you leave him alone. But before you do not leave him alone.
Okay, gotta protect the watermelon. Gotta make sure it's ripe first before you let it dry. Okay,
No, you
I
gotta make
understand.
sure you lace it with protection first, adamantium, so nobody can destroy this watermelon except
Do you want to say
himself.
adamantium again?
Adamantium.
There we go. That sounds amazing. Thank you so much for that, Winter. South American Rejects try to, bring the heat as per usual. So I don't know how much they are quote unquote gaining from this game. When we started this series, we were suggesting maybe this is a good opportunity to try out some different strats. But here we are with perhaps one of the most South America Rejects drafts that you could ask for. Still kind of playing their cookie cutter, maybe not wanting to reveal what they have up their sleeves just yet. Let's see whether Breeki Cheeki can challenge that. Now, you've already mentioned, Winter, kind of low draft integrity on the side of Breeki Cheeki. So, what is their game plan? What do they want to do?
They are going to make the tide killable instead of unkillable. I think that's what you want to gain with this Timber Saw, I think, last pick here. Like, the Timber is going to make sure that the tide cannot play aggressively. He cannot farm aggressively. So, usually you remember those games where you have a tide 10-15 minutes in, you can't kill him because he's just too fat. That's the problem with tide usually. That's why I suggested Viper, but Viper's not I guess it's not anymore a flavor of the patch. So people don't go back to that. So usually you have to pick heroes that can either buy Silver Edge, but they have decided to go for Timber to cut through the tight armor, cut through that bubble with the Whirling Death.
Yeah. I think you mentioned this before, Winter, but with the Tide Hunter, sometimes by the time the opponent carry gets a Silver Edge, he's already been able to take so much of an advantage in the game, right? And because of that, you get the Silver Edge, but he's already like, what, 20k net worth or some shit, and then it's like impossible to kill him. So yeah, could definitely get tricky here, but we'll see just how killable Frank can be, whether he's a adamantium, I don't even know what the hell you said. Adamantium?
Adamantium, you don't know what's an adamantium?
I don't actually know what that is. What is
What the
adamantium?
hell? Okay, Vibranium. How about Vibranium? Do you know Vibranium?
I do know Vibranium.
Yeah,
I do know that.
Adamantium is too old school for you. It's the Wolverine metal.
Oh, wait, that's what it's called?
Yeah.
Oh.
To give you the newer one, Vibranium.
Yeah. I know the Vibranium one. I'm caught up on the Black Panther series. I just didn't. I think when I watched the first Wolverines, like I was sentient enough to remember the scene where he like rises out of the water pit or whatever with his bone claws. Yep. But I wasn't actually sentient enough to listen to any of what they were saying in that movie. I was just like, oh, guy with claw, cool.
They were saying they were going to wipe his memory. They were going to wipe his memory and make him a new person. That's why he got mad. Oh my goodness.
Dark Lord being run down by Dark Mago. It's a dark on dark matchup, but Dark Mago is going to get turned upon instead. Crushed down as Chodex able to draw first blood on the Timber. Schofield looking to be in a lot of pain as well. Trying to escape over the tree line. He is in a pickle, to say the least. He's somehow able to juke his way out. I don't know whether he wants to just die, actually. Probably just going to run towards the tier 3 and suicide himself. But,
just die.
What?
Wait, he doesn't want to give the kill to the Timber Saw. No,
he absolutely does not. Yeah.
That
so he's going to go...
Yeah, he's going to die now after he saw the TP. That is super smart. Super duper smart.
Okay, that is still overall pretty bad for the South America Rejects, though.
Yeah, gotta make the game a little bit more challenging, huh? Gotta challenge yourself, bring yourself to newer heights. So this game definitely gonna be a little bit harder already because the Timber got the first blood. He's the critical hero here. 24th pick, overall last pick Timber Saw, and he gets a first blood.
Yeah, he is the guy who you're hoping, screw draft integrity, he's just going to carry us the game. And he is in a good position based off his start. How's the lane, though, into the Wind Ranger? Because you mentioned that the Wind Ranger can't do shit against you.
I
kind of putting on some damage, though. Chodex taking quite a few hits.
I actually mentioned the Timber can deal with the wind later when you have more points in reactive armor. Yeah, but in the early game, it's gonna be a little bit harder, like especially when you have Tusk with Wind Ranger. You don't really have the necessary heroes to counteract that. I mean, they have a Phoenix against Tusk, so they move the Phoenix here with the Fire Spirits. But level 1 Phoenix ain't the strongest hero ever, and Tusk is level 2.
Big whirling death, but the shards coming through. Elmisha will sacrifice his life. Dive forward, misses it though. Runs straight into an arrow and gets shot down from the sky. I still think that's okay for Breeki Cheeki, right? They're getting trade kills and their Timber is surviving.
The Timber is getting the XP, the Timber is getting the gold. That is all that matters, you know. The Phoenix, whatever, bro. If you're dying, you're feeding, it's even better for the Timber. Timber is the win condition. Phoenix is not the win condition. I'm sorry.
True.
I'm sorry, Phoenix. As the core,
okay,
maybe you can have maybe you can have priority in the next game, you know, but not this game.
Yeah, we'll worry about you. You just sacrifice yourself for me. I think that's gonna be the story here. Perhaps even the Lone Druid at some point will be relegated to try to make space for this Timbersaw, right? Lone Druids, we've seen two different playstyles. Some of these Lone Druids like to go for the Diffusal Blade and get involved early, and then some play the full AFK split map, you know, Mjolnir into Rush Axe, and then you never see the main hero again.
You're the hunter on the map. You're the some kind of assassin with the Spirit Bear just roaming around with Shadow Blade and solo killing supports.
Low-key is like Nyx Assassin but better form, right?
Bro, it's even better than Nyx. Nyx, how the hell do you kill the supports nowadays with Nyx? If you don't have Dagon.
Yeah.
Even with Dagon, sometimes it's hard, you know, because everybody is so tanky. Everybody has a lot of gold, you know, so you don't really get to see, oh my god, the Nyx is killing my support again. Oh my god, the Nyx is bullying my support again. You can only do it if he has some kind of support. Sunstrike, Thunder God's Wrath, Nature's Wrath, whatever, you know, some global spell.
Yeah, some kind of +1 situation going on here.
Kind of sad.
I'm a little bit
to depend on other people nowadays.
Yeah. He can't even fulfill his own job by himself. You hire him and then he still needs to hire some backup.
Yeah,
you pay him $100 to yeah, literally. He has Nyx Assassin shows up, you pay him $100 to kill someone, he shows up with an assistant. You're like, who's this white guy? Oh, that's just Invoker. He's gonna give me some aerial support, don't worry about it.
Yeah, gotta pay him some percentage, you know.
Yeah. He takes a cut. If he gets the last hit, he doesn't need to take a cut. But if he contributes a Sunstrike and he doesn't get anything in terms of last hits, oh, hang on. As the core being run down, nice trade out from Elmisha. Again, the Tusk and the Wind Ranger showing their strength, but you're not stopping the Timbersaw from farming is the problem. He's still 18 CS, getting the levels. I think Chodex is completely fine with this, and I feel like South America Rejects, at some point you need to come and address him. Frank now caught in a really rough place in the river. I know he's a fish, but he doesn't want to swim right there. The Kong's actually got to push him up to the high ground and save his life, but it still forces a TP back out, which is just miserable. You got a full wave coming in, shit's rough, and Schofield, he might get dived right now.
He's gonna run away, thankfully, because he has boots plus windlace. These are the best items for Grimstroke. Run, Grimstroke! That's not a fight you want.
No.
Okay. Well, why did he go back? Why? Did he just want to die? Or?
I think he got a little bit cocky.
Was he trying to grab the wave?
No, so from what I saw, he stacked the small camp, right? The medium camp in the triangle, and then the Clockwork saw him. So he saw the Clockwork walk up towards the triangle, but I think he didn't expect the Clockwork to just stand on the cliff and for Dark Lord to wrap around. Like he thought they were done with him. So he was just walking back up to his triangle all willy-nilly, no respect there for 1J. Maybe this is why the Clockwork is so banned out.
Yeah, overestimating the boots and windlace. I mean, the Clockwork is kind of like, I think he's going to catch on, you know. This hero, I feel strong, you know, with the hero. I see the hero in the game, in pubs, you know, I feel like he's doing a lot. Pretty annoying hero with the cogs. People think that it's a nerf, you know, initially, so nobody wanted to play it. But when they gave it a chance, when they gave the new restaurant, the newly opened restaurant a chance, they kind of know that, oh, this place is actually good.
Yeah. Sometimes just because it ain't got no Google reviews doesn't mean it can't cook. Aspodik here in the mid lane, the Slardar in some trouble. Being chased down by Dark Magor with the AD rune. They're lacking a bit of damage though. This fish, the batter is a little bit thick on this guy and they just can't bite through him.
Yeah, not a fan of thick batters, you know, my fish and chips.
Yeah, that ruins everything.
Gotta keep it light. So you can still taste the fish, you know.
Yeah, if not, it wouldn't be called fish and chips. It would be called batter and chips with a little bit of fish in it.
Oh, you'll be surprised, a lot of fish and chip places that don't do it well, they do that in big batters.
That's like that's the standard marker, right? I think when you order a fish and chips, you can immediately tell whether the place is good or bad if you see the quality of the batter now. Elmisho, gonna put a battering on to 1J, who steps up a bit too far. You still gotta watch out for the bear, like you said, and Schofield, he recognizes it. Still try to buy time, split the attention, maybe hope that the side of South American rejects forget about one or the other. This bear is so annoying, dude.
This is the broken part of the bear. How they send a clockwork and a spirit bread to the wisdom shrine, and the enemy has to bring 4 heroes to deal with this shit. You imagine how you listen to what I just said, how broken that is? Like having to bring 4 heroes here just to deal with this shit, and the enemy just committed 1 hero.
And they don't even get anything. They literally don't, because 1J, he's dangling himself in front of them. He's like, haha, if you come kill me, the bear's gonna take your wisdom shrine and pay. And like South America rejects, they just can't really afford to take that risk, right? The loss of that wisdom shrine would be too big of a hit. So because of that, 1J just walks away, and now Elmisho, who was trying to chase for that kill, he's gonna get cogsed up, pushed around, and bullied. Dark Lord now getting surrounded. Oh, we are getting mad internet issues this game.
Who's killing who? I guess Tusk is dying first.
Tusk is in fact dying first, but Frank doesn't have mana. Maybe you're just relying on the Dark Mago damage. You don't have bolt for another 12 seconds. This is going to be a very long kill.
Frank is 1-3-1. He's not doing damage.
He ain't dying, but he ain't exactly killing either.
That's a fair trade-off, right? But when you talk about Zeus yesterday, why does Zeus have a jump? He's killing everybody and you can't kill him. That ain't fair,
Yeah. What do you think about the Kraken Shell active? Speaking of heroes that got an addition randomly to an active spell, Kraken Shell being able to be activated for double the block.
Why is that random? That is a
legit
change according to the thematic Tidehunter set, the green set, Gotta be able to activate that shell so you don't die. Hide in your shell. Do you see that icon?
Yeah.
The Kraken shell icon. How you're able to hide your head underneath it? So it makes sense. That
like kind of like a snail type situation, like tuck in if you need a little bit of safety. Okay.
It makes the most sense.
I think more just for like making Tidehunter kind of busted, because back in the past, Kraken Shell was already a pretty solid ability, right? You get it in the lane, you don't really take much of
The main reason why you can click Kraken Shell right now is so that the Rubiks don't steal Ravage. So you let them steal Kraken Shell.
Okay, and Anchor Smash doesn't exist or what?
No, we don't want to give him the anchor. Give him the Kraken Shell.
Dark Lord's gonna hit level 6 and he turns into the main druid. So now South America rejects. They have to run. We've seen this one before, right? The lone druid 3v1. But maybe with Wits showing up, they can actually push the bear back. Dark Lord's Spirit Bear will get taken down, and he doesn't want to resummon just yet because he's worried he gets killed. Now he'll finally resummon it, knowing that Wits cannot commit any further. And honestly, at this point, South America rejects have brought 4 to 5 heroes down here to the bot lane. They've gotten themselves a support kill and a bear kill, but the Timber is completely free. The action's not over just yet though, Winter. Looks like Breeki Cheeki want to defend.
Dark Mago is still looking for an X-Mark. He wants to find the Lone Druid bear. He knows the Lone Druid has no true form. It's on cooldown.
Dark Lord, he is in trouble. You don't have mana for the Ravage, but this Lone Druid, he's gonna go down. Still the healing. The Ravage finally coming through, and they will knock down the Druid and his bear. The patience pays off for South America rejects, but they will lose Dark Mago as a response. The tip comes through. Dark Lord will show respect from one Dark to the other. And now Sportic has finally joined the fray. And this time, Breeki Cheeki will be able to punish. So overall, I think South America rejects, they dealt a big blow to the Lone Druid, but losing their 2 cores like that has got to sting.
The Timber nightmare has begun. The strength heroes are dying, Mike. He kills the Tide and the Kanka. Those are the 2 most valuable kills he can get right now in this portion of the game. Top lane, Dark Lord, he has no bear.
He's got a Druid form and he's really tanky. He needs some help. He's trying to lifesteal out. How is he killing them? How did he just kill him? I mean, he's gonna die. And that is what was supposed to happen. But how the hell did he just turn around and kill Elmisho?
Because he has items, my friend. He has a power trait here, all for corrosion. The items are on the hero, not on the bear.
God damn. Is that the general? Is that the sort of right choice you should make in the early game? Because I've
No
seen
idea.
different carry players do different things.
Yeah, I have no idea which is the right way to play. Everyone
'Cause
has their own preference.
Yeah, because some people like the diffusal, some people like the items on the druid until
Oh,
you finish the
tell you
acronyms.
the default first is no good. That I can
Okay.
tell you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Winter. We're at least narrowing down our options here.
Yeah, you know, with certain foods like fish and chips, you want to have like there's a right option or the right way to eat the fish and chips. You know, it's always
Not the
with,
freaking fish and chips again, dude. Oh my god.
it's always with the malt or vinegar. You know, don't
Really?
do it with
I
chili
thought
sauce.
I thought people like tartar sauce.
Yeah, tartar sauce is not wrong, but malt vinegar is the real deal. You know, it's the real way.
Okay. Okay.
If you go down to UK, that's how the locals eat it.
Oh, for real?
For real, real.
real. Oh. You been to the UK, Winter?
Yeah. Once.
When was it? When was that?
10,000 years ago. I actually maybe went there twice. Yeah, I went there twice before.
Did you
I
go
did
for the
not-
previous ESL one Birmingham?
I did not have a fish and chip there, just so you know.
No. That's a
I
skill
had
issue. not
sloppy
gonna lie.
Joe's breakfast.
Oh, I'm glad you said breakfast at the end there. I'm glad you completed your sentence.
Sloppy Joe's.
Okay. Okay.
Two-
Well, let's.
Two pieces of bacon,
Yeah.
baked beans, sunny side up.
That's what you like to hear. That sounds good. You can't. You can say a lot of things about the UK, but you can't say they don't do breakfast well. Like that whole plate. Like some people call it a garbage plate. Like you get a bunch of fried, oily stuff, but man, it really hits the spot. It's such a hearty meal as well.
Especially if you have a hangover the previous day, you know, that's the best way to restart the next day.
It's
And right
part
now,
of the culture, I guess.
the best way to restart the game is back to jungle to farm, you know, Dark Lord after dying twice in a row. Everybody likes going back to the jungle to farm after dying. It's the favorite thing to do, you know. You ask any pub player, any player, what is the favorite thing for you to do after you respawn? Head into the jungle so you do not die again in the lanes. The worst
True.
thing that could happen is you die, you TP out to a lane and you die again.
Yeah, that has already happened to Dark Lord, so he's taking no risks here. He's got some item timings to hit, I'll have you know. He needs to carry this game, or at least become that assassin that you talked about. Overall, early game though, South America Rejects, I kind of get the feeling they didn't get as much from it as they wanted. But if they can get this kill onto Dark Lord, it's going to be huge. Now, some pings come out, looks like there's Vision watching South America Rejects
Yes,
come to this
bodyguard.
gank.
He has the clockwork bodyguard. They have to get past him first.
I mean, if 1J dies here, I think he'll be perfectly happy because right now he's just sapping some EXP, wasting some time, playing some soccer with the cogs, just really being so annoying, dude. Like, ugh.
Okay, I'm playing Cloud later. Remind me after my shift is over.
Yeah, I will. Don't worry. I got you.
So I have to try
I-
Cloud. I have to try Wyvern. I have to try Phoenix. I have to try
You don't have
Sun-
to try Wyvern.
the
I already
list-
saw you trying the Wyvern, bro. I already saw you doing it. You
The
don't,
list-
bro. The previous game. Oh, we found out Ivory FF. Oh, Winter left the chat. I see ranked level 1 Winter Wyvern within 2 minutes time. He wasted no second sitting around. He was ready to go. So how did your game go, Winter?
Let's not talk about that. You know, all I
Okay.
can tell is the list goes on. You know, there are a lot of things I need to try in this patch. You know, it's
All
not
right, if you
over.
say so. If you say so.
Zeus Pos 5 is definitely still on the menu.
Yeah, we saw Nigma
Thank you
use
to
that
it.
to some pretty good effect. Big stacks though in the triangle, potentially being stolen away. Breeki Cheeki, a pretty aggressive
Protect the fish.
position. Nice shots, but they kind of go on different heroes. Now, Egg will protect this high ground. You're trying to focus it down, but you just can't find the angle. South America Rejects, they're poking at this Breeki Cheeki lineup, but they can't really find anything meaningful. Finally, the supports will go down, but Sportic able to sliver away. So, overall, South America Rejects, they do protect their triangle. They get these camps, but again, they need to bring so many heroes just to deal with Breeki Cheeki. And meanwhile, free farm on the druid, free farm on the timber.
Yeah, it's actually not even that bad, for them, since the lone druid and the timber are farming so much. I think this is actually really, really good. I mean, Breeki, they are going to be very happy with the outcome. Sure, you use your egg, but this is for sure worth it for the early game trade. Getting 2 cores farm. I mean, they don't get the tower, but they still gain so much farm on the map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this is just gonna be a norm, yeah. You don't have battery assault on Clockwork. It's so strange. I'm such an old school player. It hurts my eye to see 0 points in battery assault on Clockwork.
Yeah, the
How
way
can you
he's being
play
played is so
Clockwork?
different.
It's 0 points of battery assault. Like how, it's like illegal, like it's wrong, conceptually, but it is the best way to play Clockwork right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think just seeing some moments where 1J is standing there hitting like 4 or 5 cogs, scouting out the opponent team, pushing them away. And if you think about it, the Clockwork cogs are really good into these South America Rejects heroes. None of them have a good way of maneuvering the fight. They all need to manually walk in with their legs. Unfortunately, the cogs pose a big threat to that.
Manually.
I will say though, Winter, I feel like I haven't really been as impressed with this Slada as I'd like to be. I feel like he's the big hero of the patch. Everyone's liking to pick him. He's a big flex. But Sporting has been pretty quiet overall with his involvement, even though he does already have that Blink Dagger.
And we also talk about the Roche every time we speak about Slada. Like giving you control over the Roche and the Tormentor. This is a big part of the hero. You don't really see Ursa TAs as much, so Slada is the hero. Every patch, there's always going to be that one hero that can abuse the Roche, the Tormentor, and this time it's the Slada. It used to be Ursa, it used to be TA, now it's Slada.
Yeah. I guess the benefit of the Slada is that he turns any lineup into a Roche lineup, which is just so powerful in this current meta.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Now, there he goes again.
Slada is the Roche lineup, bro.
Yeah, he's the real Roche lineup. Right now, they ain't really looking towards Roche. They ain't really looking towards anything. They played off of Chodex, taking control in that top lane, and now they're looking towards mid. Perhaps Dark Mago will be the next target. In comes the hook shot, set up with the cogs, really nicely done. But there's the crush in. BKB, Dark Mago, he had that complete. We didn't even notice. 1J, he's found himself a bit too far forward, and he'll go down. Chodex pulled back in by the X-Marks, and the Grimstroke Phantom's Embrace countering him out. The Timber has no way of dealing with that silence, and Wits will get himself a kill. This time round, Breeki, Cheeki, they bite off a bit more than they can chew. They run into the full South American Rejects lineup, and they get slapped back down.
Yeah, probably a bad idea to chase there, yeah? Once they saved the Slada, they got greedy, they tried to hook shot in, they tried to get a return kill, and yeah, they paid the price. Now,
You gotta be careful how you approach Dark Lord though. The Lone Druid Bear is still very fearsome. Soulbind there, connecting onto the Spirit Bear. You still need to find a way to get on top of him for the damage. Shards to protect Schofield for now. Now they'll turn their sights towards Sporting. Rolling on forward. Can the egg save him? Held in place is the Slada, and the egg will pop, but so will the fish. And unfortunately, he goes fried.
No, Phoenix and Slada, the best breakfast, yeah? Fried fish and an egg.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, would you actually eat fried fish for breakfast? Doesn't sound like you.
No, yeah, definitely no.
Yeah.
Breakfast doesn't even sound like me.
Yeah, that's true. You're one meal a day type guy. I don't think people know that about you. You're kind of a maniac.
Not every day, not all the time. At events, it's kind of hard to do OMAD. It's called OMAD.
How do you spell that? Like OMED?
Yeah, you're explaining me here what does the techies MAD stand for, and you don't know what is OMAD? 1 meal a day, OMAD.
Oh, OMAD. I just searched up
Yeah.
OMED and it stands for Osteopathic Medical Education Conference.
Yeah, tell me again, what does MAD stand for on techies?
Mutually assured destruction. Okay, so clearly our life experiences are really different because you know the eating acronyms and I know the military war acronyms.
Because in Singapore, it is a thing you have to do. You cannot escape the military conscription. In Malaysia, it's a ballot draw. You know, you can get lucky, and you
Oh, for
escape.
real? Wait, so
Yeah, no,
you guys still have that, but if you draw, I guess the right ticket, you're exempted. Is that how it works?
I don't really know how they do it now, but yeah, something
Okay.
like that.
Okay. I feel like I see a lot of social media videos about the Thai conscription ballot. Like they all gather, and then if you draw a black card, that means you're in the military. If you draw a red card, I don't know whether I'm mixing that up, but
I've seen a totally different video about that, but I'm afraid of getting in trouble if I review that video
yeah,
to you.
let's
But
keep it to
Codex-
ourselves here. Let's keep it to ourselves. Chase forward, Chodex, hook shot off the mark, swings and misses on both sides. Breeki, Cheeki. You can tell they're trying to find some action, and they will result in a kill onto El Misho. Get the saws out. Chodex, I mean, he is very much in a position of power. Raps and Kaya complete. He's looking at finishing that Kaya Sanj into the BKB, into the shot. He's ready to rumble.
In 1J has to be one of the most skillful clockwork players I've seen in the last couple of weeks. Landing so many cogs in a team fight.
I think that's why it gets banned against Breeki Cheeki. Here we were talking about Schofield Clockwork. It's actually the 1J Clockwork you gotta be careful about.
All the clockwork players, they have a special place in my heart, you know, Mike.
Why is that?
Clockwork is my OG hero. The first hero that I actually played like 400 or 500 games on. Clockwork.
Oh shit, okay. And what do you like about him?
He's fun. Conceptually, I think thematically he's a great hero. He's tanky. I like the voice lines. I like everything about the hero.
He is not looking very tanky in this situation. Still
Oh,
surviving strong for the hook
no.
shot. Is he actually gonna live? Yo, 1J. Okay, that was some cool stuff. Dark Mago can't commit for the kill, and now Sporting's on the hunt, ready for a rumble, ready to steal away the poor bounty in front of you. Dark Mago will get sliced up. A tip came through onto Wits. I'm not sure what that was about. Maybe he tried to kill the bear, and then the lone druid was able to TP it away. But yeah, I mean, another aggressive move from South America Rejects going wrong there.
You're starting to see when they're taking all these split up small little fights, it's the lone druid, the Slada, the Timber, especially the Slada and Timber are reigning supreme. They are the ones that have the power when it comes to 2v2, 3v3. The South American Reject lineup, if they're not together with the Tide and Conquer, if they're not like 4 or 5 heroes together, they just ain't the same, you know?
Yeah, that's true. And one might argue that even when they are all together, there's a chance they get picked apart if they're not careful. It's so easy for Breeki Cheeki to get in the midst of their lineup, break up the formation, and cause chaos. Seems to be the case right now. A very early shard pickup. The Phoenix has just gone for the shard rush straight up. And so has Schofield. So early shards on both
You don't
sort
buy
of range
shard
supports
rush.
here.
You don't rush your shot on Phoenix, Mike. It's a criminal
Well, I mean-
offense. Not to do it.
I feel like in this game, you might be able to make an exception for something like a Solar Crest.
Or Yields. It's kind of good
Yeah,
Yields game.
both would be great, I would say. Do you want to Lotus this game? Is that even your job to buy? I don't know.
Yeah, actually, you probably don't want to rush shot this game, you know? Actually, now the more I think of it, maybe it's not such a good idea. There's so many heroes that can actually counter you. The Silence from Grim, X Mark, so many annoying things. You know, the use is actually really, really nice. He's queuing it up after the shot. I mean, I can understand that the shot is also like, it's kind of hard to pass up. You know, it's probably one of the best shots in the game. Very high
Yeah.
impact.
I just thought that with a Slada lineup, you'd feel confident maybe rushing the Tom on like 20 or 22, you know, and then you kind of cross your fingers and hope that you get that shot for free.
Again, you know, we don't take things like this lightly. You know, we have to ensure that we get the shot. You know, so the only way to ensure you get the shot is to buy it yourself. We don't wait.
That's
You know,
true.
I don't like the waiting around, waiting for that 50-50 to get the shot. You know, it never comes true.
That's true. That's actually really good life advice. You got to take matters into your own hands. You can't just sit around wait for a free handout. You got to work.
And then when the core player gets the shot, I'm like, oh, why am I getting that shot? Oh, this support player actually buys his own shot. Maybe I should keep him on my team, you know. I feel good, you know, I don't have to buy my own shot. That's how you get yourself in one of the best teams in Dota. Get the
Hell
core players to
yeah.
like. Get the core players to adore you. They need you in the game. You know? They need you to buy your own shot so they get the shot from the Tom.
Yeah, so real, so real. That's why Aztecor is in Breeki Cheeki right now. One of the best teams. He's a shot buyer. He's keeping his spot. No one's gonna shake him from it.
Yeah,
My
you know,
God.
it's a real thing. The core players, when they're interviewing the support players, do you buy your own shot? That is the first question on the list.
Yeah,
If you buy
they
your own
just
shot, immediately that box is ticked and you're on the team right there.
bro.
you
There's
know,
like
just like-
a job interview or some shit. They're like, so, Mr. Aztecor, we just wanted to check if your core asked you to buy a salve. On average, how many seconds would it take for you to do it? Just ballpark for me here.
that's a red flag right
Is
there.
it-
If you buy,
is it a
if you have to
double-
buy
is it-
a salve for the core right now? That is a red flag.
Yeah, that's actually a trick question. You got it. You got it. Yeah, good job, Winter. Good job, Winter. You passed the first test. Now, second question, Winter. When you smoke at the start of the game as a position 5, where do you go with the team?
Outside of the restaurant, you do not smoke in the restaurant.
What the hell are you talking? You're Malaysia, not Singapore. You don't need to be so worried about that, brother.
We have the same law right now. We have
Oh.
taken into your footsteps. You know, we are copying the Singapore ways. You know.
Now, that's not very good for the smokers in Malaysia.
We have a million of them, and we have a million different locations to smoke. You know, so I'm sure they're fine.
Okay, well, God bless them. Hope they're all fine. And honestly, I hope both teams are fine because I feel like we've had a record number of disconnects this game. We haven't really talked about it just yet because we're busy yapping about other stuff. But like, it's not even one team with the connection issues. They're both taking turns. It's also kind of weird because if I'm not mistaken, South America rejects are literally in Romania right now in like their practice room. So I'm not really sure what the deal is with their connection. But
He
okay,
said
let's take
the monitor is broken, not the
the
connection.
monitor is broken.
You're even paying attention.
No, I wasn't. I was busy talking about goddamn. I don't even know what we're talking about at this point. Last thing, for some reason, the first thing that popped into my head was OMED, like OMED, and I'm like, that's not right.
OMAD,
I gotcha. I gotcha.
1 meal
I
a
understand.
day,
Okay.
and then there's mandatory destruction or something. Like
Mutually assured destruction, Winter.
mutually assured destruction on techies.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, Winter, let's take stock of the current game situation because at the start, we said that South America rejects have a way more cohesive draft, let's put it that way. But now that I'm looking at their items, now that I'm looking at their heroes, it doesn't really feel that way anymore. I can't really see what timing they're playing towards. The Kanka already has the BKB, you're looking at the Aghanims on the tide, but those don't feel like items that are going to change the game state for you, while it feels like Breeki Cheeki, all three of their cores are just getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
They're outskilled. That's the problem here. The early game didn't go well for the South American rejects, so they are going to be facing the consequences now of the Lone Druid speed pushing out, farming them. The Phoenix, the Timber are like better farming heroes compared to what they have on the South American reject side. Like even like if you look at the support duo, Grim and Taz, they both don't really push out waves. You know, Phoenix, you want to push out waves. You know, at least one of the supports on the other side will be able to shove and scale. And if you look at Timber also pushes lanes really fast. You know, everybody can farm quick. You know, maybe Starter not so fast. So that's about it. You know.
Yeah, I mean, he
Because
has a
when
shot,
you-
so his farm speed's going to start keeping up now.
You talk about scaling, you also need to assess how fast you can farm on each side. You know, it's not just they are late game scaling with their heroes that are better. You know, also the amount of space you get, the speed that you can actually farm, that also actually matters a lot. What on earth is this voice line? I haven't heard this voice line ever.
Wait, what's that? What did you just say? Move Away by Kotipo. Okay. I know 1J really likes his subdiff. What can you do? Shout out Insania. Rest in peace to a real one.
Shout out Miracle. I will give my opponents my pause time right now.
Why 1 minute? Says Dark
Yeah, we
Mondo.
have 10 more minutes from Breeki Cheeki.
Yeah, surely Breeki Cheeki. Surely the guy named Dark Lord will voluntarily give up his
What
reserve
actually
time.
happens if you give up your your pause time, and then you
Yeah.
have to pause, and your opponent has no pause time. What actually happens? They
I
have to
actually
resume.
okay. So I think I'm not an admin or I'm not clued into the rules. Go play. Oh my god. Wait, what? Are they just okay? Well, at the start of this game, we already said that this game doesn't necessarily matter for South America reject standings wise. So they're like, okay, well, we got ourselves a broken monitor. Schofield's not in the picture. He's gonna have to go fix that up. Oh, he's back.
He's back.
He's back.
He's back.
Go play.
Gucci.
We're so
you're
good.
fine
We're
now.
so good. We're so back. We're so back. Okay. We're so back as in Schofield is back in the game, but in terms of South America rejects actually being in a good position, we are far from back. We are in fact still in the trenches. Wits is now being chased down, putting out the damage onto a Timbersaw that doesn't give a shit. Actually, still tanking everything. Ravage might change that picture though. Timbersaw starting to drop low and will actually get focus fired down. That's the task effect, and the Grimstroke finds his mark onto 1J. That's a Grimstroke effect.
The silence is destroying the timber. You let go
Oh my
of
God,
the
the
chakram, you have no way of killing the phantom. Bro, that is.
Frank's
the worst thing.
pissing me off on not picking up the fish right there.
I thought that was my
Okay.
job.
Oh, yeah. Well, two people can do that at the same time.
This is not a fish and chip because this fish is not deep fried yet. It's still alive, it's still hopping. So it's a fresh one waiting to be steamed. Teochew
Put it
way.
in the batter. Spalting's gotta get himself the
no
ages.
batter, steam.
Escape.
You don't put batter on steamed fish. Don't ruin the fish.
Dyer's courier has been
What the hell? Batter
Okay,
on
sorry about
steamed fish?
Winter, do you mind if I talk about the game?
Alright, let's talk about it again. So
they get the ages.
They get the Aegis. They traded that for Tormentor. I always like to tell you nowadays, focusing on the Roshan is more important than getting the Tormentor.
Yeah,
It's
for sure.
more worth it. You get it a lot easier if you have the right lineup, and I think you gain more value objectively in terms of like the state of the game. Having Roshan, having Aegis.
I'm kind of
So you
surprised
should
that the
always-
Slada's the one to take the ages, but I guess the lone druid never wants it.
I mean, I'm surprised the Timbers. I guess the Timber was dead, right? Okay, fine. Because Timber is the one going in, and he's kind of dying.
is under attack.
I feel like maybe he needs a solution to this Grim Silence. You know, the Grim Silence is actually destroying him. He's building a BKB. Okay, fine.
There you go.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. This is something we didn't mention, but he chose to pick the Timber into a Grimstroke. I feel like Grimstroke is usually countered, or at least considered a counter to the Timber.
Yes.
So this just
He's-
shows me that Chodex is supremely confident on this hero.
Bro, he doesn't even account that there's a Grimstroke in the game. He just saw 3 strength heroes, Tide, Conquer, Task, give me Timber.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
It's working out for him so far. 2k gold lead isn't anything to really write home about, but given Breeki Cheeky's lineup, the fact they've been able to get out of the laning stage and still find traction on the map in terms of these pickoffs and a net worth advantage, that is a pretty big deal. I just kind of worry,
Yeah.
Winter, because I'm looking at the lineup and I feel like South America rejects, at some point, they're going to run out of options.
I think they're already running out of options. Their lineup at 23 minutes, they're not even ahead. This is like a huge problem already. Scaling wise, we already mentioned that the Breeki Cheeki side, they have the better scaling, they have the better heroes late game. So
Yeah.
they're ahead right now 3k. It doesn't look like a lot, but it is a lot just based on the hero lineups, right? So this is going to be a problem as the game goes longer and longer. The more you drag out a game, as the Breeki Cheeki side, the better it is for you.
Yeah. A quick check on the win probability. What are we looking at here? God damn. 72% already. Is it that far gone, Winter?
Yes. I
Damn.
think it's already at 80 in my book. But yeah, who cares about my book?
No, I care about your book, Winter. I would love to
Yes,
read
sir.
your book.
Thank you so much.
What would
I'll
you write
charge
about?
you-
Fish and chips? And you charge me? Oh my god, that's no way to treat a friend. Surely I
Yeah,
get a signed
because my
copy with a
friend-
kiss on it as well.
Because my friend is from Singapore and Malaysians do not get along with Singapore, okay? There's nothing good to say about... okay, just kidding. I love you, Mike.
you know what's funny? I feel like we've our relationship has really developed where at the start I needed to tell you to shut the hell up, and then right now I don't say anything and you can feel it. Oh, that's a
Hook shot.
nice Hurricane Pike away. Wits able to slide himself out of trouble there. Very, very close. Would have gone down for sure if he got caught by the cogs.
I'm just wondering, this Wind Ranger, she's 7-0 at 24 minutes, but I don't know how strong she's going to get, in the late game. I just don't have the confidence in this hero in the late game. I mean, Soulful is going to die. There won't be a late game for him at this rate.
Yeah. It's tough. I was thinking about maybe an eventual Aghanim Scepter. He can copy the Spirit Bear. That could be cool. The Spirit Bear?
But even you copy the bear, is it that good? Copying the bear?
Yeah, I've seen it. It kind of... Some people pick that as a counter to the Lone Druid because you copy the bear and it's low-key kind of...
Bro, if you're picking Grimstroke to copy the Lone Druid bear, it means the Lone Druid... There's a lot of problems with Lone Druid,
Yeah. But I think we all agree that there are massive problems with Lone Druid that people haven't fully figured out yet. Mid lane, as the core showing, as the core still diving away and maintaining safety behind the tier 1 tower. Here's a quick shot out onto poor El Misho. He's going to turn around, get the punch out onto 1J, but he's not going to be long for this world afterwards. Burned down by the Sunray. The Tusk wants to keep things chilly and cold. He doesn't want to get heated up like that. Darkmago's caught out. Nice soulbind onto 2. There's a BKB, but you need to get out of there. Frank's TPing in, ready for the Ravage if they're not careful. BKB forced out on Chodex as well to dodge away from the X-Marks and still chasing onto Darkmago. That is a very, very ballsy positioning from the Timbersaw, but he's got the BKB and the HP to back himself up.
That's not too bad. I think that's actually pretty good for South American rejects. Timber has no BKB, so time for them to run at them. Run at the enemy, run at the Timber. You have Ravage, you have Dagger, you have Aghanims on the tide. You're ready to rock and roll here.
Let's go. Start out with an Aztec kill. Maybe finally take down this tier 1 tower. That could be a great start. Fire Spirit spotted. Aztec noted and silenced up. This should be a very, very dead bird. And a tier 1 tower next to follow. Schofield's still looking for a setup, but he'll find himself a set of Saws slicing him up instead. Just trying to take more control of this area while they know the BKBs are down. I just can't help but shake the feeling that the South America rejects, I don't know whether they got enough just yet.
I have good news for you. He picked up the fish, so you don't have to be mad anymore.
Thank you. Thank goodness. Surely this will turn the game around. Darkmago putting damage out onto 1J. Nice crush there. Sportic ready to back his buddy up, and here's Dark Lord with the damage. El Misho gonna try and get out. Ravage doesn't really connect on anyone other than Sporting in the trees, and a nice soulbind holding the Slada in place, but do they have any additional lockdown? There it is. El Misho with the punch up. Slada is gonna get sank by the ship. Still though, Schofield does go down to the bear who was just creeping around with the fresh Aghanims. Doesn't need the druid around no longer. And now with the catch, maybe that's why they picked the Kunkka. X-Marks holding Dark Lord's bear in place, but in comes the Timber. You gotta be careful. He's ready with the saws. Put the damage out onto El Misho, but he still manages to blink away. The drinking buddies, that happened almost instantly. What a quick play from the Tusk there, preserving his life and wasting another BKB charge from the Timber.
Everybody escaped the clutches of the Timbersaw right there. Wasted BKB charge again. For Chodex, that's a pretty big deal. I guess it's already 7 seconds, so maybe he doesn't give a damn anymore. I mean, the fights have been going extremely well for South American rejects, I felt like the fight shouldn't be going this good for them. Focus fire, gosh. Still pretty tanky.
That's a really nice punch though.
There's no surviving focus fire tag team.
Dude, South America rejects are starting to pick Breeki Cheeki apart. There's only so much 1J can do with the Corp Soccer. He might get caught if he's not careful. Another punch in. El Misho, one after another, just doing a great job finding these pickoffs. The hookshot even comes out to, I don't know who, but I mean, South America rejects right now, they're playing on the other side of the map. The Lone Druid Bear is still a little bit of a problem. Try to TP out, but you got yourself an X-Marks for that reason. Pull him back in place. Nowhere to run here. That is another bear slain. Okay.
Yeah,
Dire Side coming alive.
Grimshaw, I guess, is decent against Lone Druid. In the bear, you can soulbind the pet. Talking about catching the bear, when he's speed pushing, you can use the silence and you have a stun.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think maybe we're going to see a lot more Grimstrokes as well.
Yeah, for sure. And no longer just an Inkswell shout bot.
I mean, he's kind of still a so sharp.
Okay, come on. I'm trying to promote him. I'm trying to make him feel a little bit better. You don't... if you're gonna make someone do a shit job, you gotta keep it from them. You know, you gotta keep the morale up. No, you're never gonna see Schofield play this Grimstroke again. You gotta convince him it's a real flashy hero, brother. You can make the craziest plays and he'll be like, yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, Grimstroke is a very, very fun hero to play. Every single spell is so high impact, yeah, in a team fight.
Yeah, true. That's the way Schofield likes it. He doesn't want it easy. He wants to have to work for it. That's his style. Right now, South America Rejects, they definitely had to work to pull this game back in their favor, but they've very much done so. And part of it is because Breeki Cheeki, it feels like they don't know where they want to go on the map. Shackle onto 2. Hookshot's gonna interrupt it, but El Micho there, the setup again. BKB not even allowed to be popped by the Slardar. Torex looking for an opening. They need to try and focus the egg down. In comes Frank, the last hit, they'll get it. Ravage comes through, focusing down the bear and holding Torex in place. Wit still doing the damage, but has to try and escape from the BKB Timber. Hurricane Pike away, a punch to try and kite away from Dark Lord's bear. South America Rejects are doing a good job picking their angles in the fight, but Dark Lord Spirit Bear still chomping down, looking for Frank, but deciding to back up. I'm not sure whether there was a bit of mismicro there. El Micho will get wrought and killed, so he will get picked off, but now the Yules set up onto the bear. Dark Lord, he will lose his trusted companion and have to go for a resummon. I mean, South America Rejects, they are doing a great job kiting out these fights.
Yeah, the moment the fights get kited out, they jump in with the Slardar and the hook shot and they don't kill someone, then it's very, very complicated for the Breeki Cheeki side to run into the Tide with Ravage. I think they did a really good job in that fight. The 2 melee heroes, the Tide and Conquer, just finishing off the egg. Not something you see every time. You're blinking in to hit the egg with their BKBs and then popping the Ravage as soon as they kill the egg there. Very good coordination, very good execution there from the South American Reject side.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I have to say, I think the most impressive part of South America Rejects and their not even Division 2, like Tier 2, Tier 3 stacks. And he never really stood out, but I feel like the way that he's playing, there's a lot more confidence, there's a lot more stability. He definitely is the anchor of the team that you were talking about since the draft. They need to make sure this Tide can stand up in front and post up a threat. He's absolutely doing that right now, but they still need to go the distance. Looking for the pressure. Sportic on the high ground will break that smoke, but they're looking for a bigger target. Korea doesn't give away the Lone Druid's location, so all they'll claim is this triangle. I say that, Chodex being chain stunned down, doesn't have a save, and the Timber can't even pop his own BKB. Looks like they found the bear as well. Dark Lord, he's going to lose it again here. Just an easy pick-off.
They're getting picked apart by this Wind Ranger. This South American Reject side are killing the bear every time they see this Tusk and Wind Ranger duo, the kill duo, the kill team, you know?
Yeah. I feel like El Micho is playing such an insane game on this Tusk. He's setting up everything for a squad. Sentry might spot out Dark Lord's bear. El Micho could be in trouble. I don't know who's hunting who. They're gonna turn around, start hunting the bear out. Raw comes through, but the anchor holding it in place doesn't connect though because it's on the edge of vision. That is rather awkward. They'll still find it with the Yules, and look at South America Rejects. Aggression is the name of the game, and even the bear will not be spared. Hold him down, lock him up, and this is a problem because look at the Lone Druid. He ain't got a bear for 50 seconds right now.
50 seconds is not a long time, you know.
Okay.
I mean, they need to remove
Winter,
this. They need to remove this cooldown talent on this hero. Like, why the
Yeah, I
hell
think
does
so
he
too.
have minus 25 seconds on Summon Spirit Bear cooldown at 10? That
At
is
10
so
is crazy. At 10 is crazy. I think maybe you move it to like 20 or 25. I can forgive it.
They should just remove it totally, you know. He shouldn't have this talent.
Frank up to the high ground, silence onto this poor Timber Saw. Frank's gonna buy himself some time. The egg in a good position, but the Ravage will try and get this Tide Hunter out. The stun's still there, and Frank, he can't be that unkillable target on the front lines. Him and Schofield blinked up to try and start the fight, but instead they find a lot of trouble. Wits will get cut down, and this time South America Rejects get a big too big for their britches. I really don't know what that was about. It felt so over-aggressive. The Tide and the Grimstroke just getting up to the high ground, no respect really for Breeki Cheeki and the damage they could do.
They just wanted to abuse the fact that the Lone Druid have no bear, you know, during that period. But yeah, just too aggressive. They were too split up. The Tide was like so far forward alone. Like he had no backup at all, you know, and they couldn't kill the egg. The egg was so exposed, but because no one was nearby, they couldn't do anything. It was just him and the Grimstroke.
Yeah.
Now they gave up Roche. That is a huge blunder. This is a deserving of a triple question mark moment right there from the South American rejects.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Schofield, maybe that was a very classic Schofield move, right? He gets kind of into the flow of things, he forgets he's a ranged backline spellcaster, so he blinks into the fight, ready to sacrifice himself. But unfortunately, as a Grimstroke, the more Phantoms and Braces you get off, the better. You need to be staying alive in these fights to keep control of the enemy heroes. He's not really able to silence the Timber. He's got a BKB like we mentioned. The Phoenix gets a free egg. Everybody on Breeki Cheeki just maneuvering the fight with no real hindrance. And South America Rejects, as good as a job as they did of hunting down this bear over the course of the past 5 minutes, finding themselves these advantages, it's now just very quickly thrown away again.
A lot of back and forth, in this game. Both teams just not exactly playing the most disciplined Dota. Sometimes you gotta win dirty, gotta win messy.
I'd argue to say picking this Timbersaw 24 was already a little bit dirty.
Last pick
think you'd
Timber,
agree.
last pick Viper,
Yeah.
last pick Meepo, last pick Huska. They're all in the same category.
Disgusting.
Dire are scanning.
You do what you gotta do to win the game, right?
Dire's bottom tower
That's what you
is
told
under
me.
attack.
That's true. Game is game. BKB and Aegis consecrated reps for Chodex. He is very tanky. I mean, so far the only way they've been able to kill him is just kind of the full chain stun, right? Find him out all
Tag
alone.
team.
Yeah,
Focus
Misho
fire,
gets
tag
in with the
team.
tag team focus fire. Really nice stuff. But unless they connect that combo onto the Timber, it's hard to imagine how he's going to die.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Schofield's about to get caught here. I
Oh, that's
lied.
a nice
They didn't
spot.
see him.
Oh, that's a nice spot.
Oh. Is he stuck?
No, he's hidden. He's not stuck.
Okay. Schofield got
Are scanning.
Bro, this
One
is such a good
clockwork-
spot. I didn't know
Oh.
there's a spot here.
one clockwork rocket flare and he's literally cooked.
There's no way the clock will rocket there. No freaking way, man.
Bit of a fight here as they call, being caught out. Ravage committed just to kill off the Phoenix. Has a buyback to rejoin the fight, but no real way of coming back in. Soulbine's gonna break. Timbersaw in trouble. Timbersaw losing that first life to the damage. And now Wits having to pop his own BKB and retreat. South America Rejects need to regroup, back up to a safe location and try and take the fight again. But now they're looking towards Chodex. Force that Timber chain out. Dark Lord still in. There's the crush. They turn around onto the slant house, caught out by the shots. Wits will survive, and Dark Lord, he just can't get in. But now Chodex with the sauce, cutting the Timbersaw down. Or rather, cutting the Wind Ranger down. And without their carry, they just don't have the gas in the tank to get these kills. Still, a punch comes out. They break up Frank, and Dark Lord gets the job done. Dark Mago is at least going to be able to kill the bear. You can already see a fresh resummon on the block. Breeki Cheeki. The carry is ready to fight again.
Yeah, his lone Druid is such a big problem right now. If you don't focus fire the bear, there's just no other means of killing it. The bear is just way too tanky, way too annoying. And they have to assess the situation again. How are they taking the team fights? Who are they going on? Yules? Okay,
This is
nothing's gonna happen.
really aggressive from the side of Breeki Cheeki. Dark Lord's bear gonna get bolted. There's El Misho with the setup again. Sunray, Chodex blinking in, but gets soulbound in silence. This is troublesome for the Timber. He should be able to walk his way out of there. Still controlling two. Nice torrent. Amisho finds another punch, cancelling that Timber chain, and they're just keeping this Timber control. Held in place, but again, it's hard to imagine how he's going to die without the damage from the Wind Ranger.
There's also no break, no silver edge, nothing. Oh, they actually
Yeah.
have a silver edge. Konka has a silver edge, sorry. Konka has silver edge. But the thing is, if you already have max stacks as Timber, you don't really care. The silver edge break doesn't remove the stack. It only stops you from gaining stacks.
Yeah.
So it's not exactly
Passive
like
still
a-
persists, right, is what you're saying.
Yeah. If you already have stacks, that's gonna stay, Like without the focus fire, they don't really have a lot of damage on the South American reject side. You know? That's their main source of damage, and they have to use it wisely because they need it for the bear, they need it for the timber. Those are the two critical targets that you need to remove in the team fight. Unless Soulbind, I don't know how it works, right? If you get both of them and then you focus fire, so you kill one target, you still have focus fire on the other. Is that how it works? Or you
I
can
believe
only
so. So
apply-
I think you have two active focus fires going. So if you right click any of those targets, you're still attacking at max attack speed.
So okay, so there's a solution. They just need to Soulbind both those heroes, yeah.
Yeah, so you Soulbind, you get Refresher on the Wind Ranger and you get Refresher on the Grimstroke. You Soulbind 2, you focus fire them. You Soulbind another 2, you focus fire 4. So you're focus firing 4 heroes, not at the same time, but one by one.
Easy. Sounds very easy, Mike. I'm sure
Yeah.
it's gonna happen.
You know what's easier though? Playing Lone Druid and pressing A click on your Spirit Bear.
Yeah, why not try and play it yourself there, Mike? Why play your Bannerman?
alright.
So why play your Ogre Mad guy?
El Misho, he's in a lot of trouble and he's been a key piece. Big crush and hook shot in. Wit's in trouble, able to escape and TP out. The decision is made. Sa, they want no more part being in this area. They'll manage to get out, but unfortunately, Dark Mago, you can't BKB TP away from a Slada. Great initiation from Sportic. Trying to cover himself with the bolt, but the Raw will come through and he gets caught. Nice try there from the Kunkka, but it ultimately doesn't pan out, and Breeki Cheeki back on top.
This Kunkka has totally expired in this game, yeah. Low damage
Yeah.
hero, he can't stand and fight. Even during BKB, he's not really strong enough to do damage. They are getting outskilled really hard here. Witz is the only one that kind of still relevant in the game, you know, for the 3 costs on the South American reject side.
Yeah. I can see that Breeki Cheeki are aware of that. Every single time Witch shows his face in the fight, the full focus turns to him. And there really isn't anything that Sa can do. The task hasn't been focused on saving, he's been focused on initiating. He's gonna turn around onto 1J, put out a lot of damage onto the clock, and overdive a Soulbind. That's a good start. Sa, they're biding their time and trying to be patient here. First onto the Spirit Bear, that has to be the first target. BKB forced out by Dark Lord Spirit Bear, and he'll be able to walk this one off. Looks like the batter will be dealt with swiftly as well. This time round, Breeki Cheeki, even though they had the advantage, and they still do, they're the ones diving tier 3s for honestly no good reason.
Yeah, I don't understand why they're diving for kills. They just need to siege with the bear and wait for the other side to just jump the bear because they need to stop the bear. So you
Yeah.
don't need to essentially do anything and just wait for them to come.
Yeah, I don't really know what that hookshot was about. Maybe they thought they could deal the killing blow, but that was very, very hasty of them. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of this Enchanter's Bauble specifically with the Timeless Relic. Seems to be the go-to. And maybe like the alert, right, for the attack speed. What's he got? Yeah, there you go. Alert, Giant Small. Disperser complete as well. That's pretty important. Just shrug off any disables on the bear. Spotty gets spotted. Down to the low ground. Slada should get just bursted down here. Tag team focus fire, like you mentioned. The kill squad's got a few more members. But while you're getting this kill, look at Dark Lord. This is the Lone Druid Aghanim Scepter gameplay. He can just keep on doing this. And Mago will have to be the one to deal with him. Silence out first. Big damage. Dark Lord again. I mean, I don't think he cares. Heals up. Okay. Punch is there. That's not too bad. You kill the bear, you use BKB, and you use boat, and you TP 3 heroes, and he just resummons. Very cool.
Yeah, tell me more about Lone Druid 2026. I can't wait. I can't wait to know more about Sylar Bear in 2026.
Bro, this feels like, you know when Arc Warden was super busted, and then every like 10 seconds you just send a new clone out onto the map? This somehow feels worse.
Worse for who? For the opponents or the
For the
team?
opponents. Actually, I don't know. Both are awful. Miserable ass gameplay. Breeki Cheeki trying to take advantage, or rather, Star trying to take advantage of the Slada being down. Heard a hookshot out, but there's Dark Lord ratting the base. Meanwhile, fights breaking out. Clockwork just trying to buy some time. Really, that's the name of the game for Breeki Cheeki. They don't need to do anything. Even with the Aegis going Wit's way, Dark Lord, he is ratting the racks and he gets himself the melee. Meanwhile, Schofield will get cut down. So this whole split maneuver from Sa just not working out. And Dark Lord, he sees the TPs were cancelled, so he's sending the bear back in. Because look, there's a big fight breaking out in the river. While he's taking the racks, they are just keeping these heroes in place. Sure, you lose Aztekor, but as long as you're able to get out, it's fine. Wits is in big trouble, having to win run BKB out. And the damage from the Timber Saw slices them all up. Sa, they just cannot stand their ground. That's the instant buyback from the Phoenix. His team is so damn strong right now. About the Satanic, but there's nothing left to lifesteal. Crushed into oblivion. And this 24-pick Timbersaw working its magic this game.
Working its magic, and it's going to be ending soon. The magic is going to be over because the game is going to be over soon at this rate. This
So
Timber is
true.
unkillable. The Lone Druid is unkillable. There's this bear around, running around. There's a Starter amping the damage up. In the South American reject side, they don't really have the necessary tools to deal with the problems they're facing right now.
Yeah, they're gonna try. Start on with the bear, but immediate hex out Chodex. He is a major problem, but no one can really deal with him. Here comes the hook shot, crush it as well. Wits not able to stand his ground. Big ravage onto everyone. That's huge. Sa, they might be able to turn this one. They kill off the Slaughter to start. Egg's gonna pop. Stun them in place for now with all the BKBs. Dark Lord with his bear trying to fight this one out, but the Spirit Bear will go down. Chodex is starting to come back in with the damage, but now he'll be silenced. Have to deal with that ghost. Have to get away from Wits, but he has nowhere to run. And this time, Breeki Cheeki, they've gone a bit too far again, kind of maybe thinking it was over when it wasn't. To be fair, we did the same, but South America Rejects punched right back with some buybacks.
Yep, time for them to reset on the Breeki Cheeki side. Go back, just wait out the Timber, just relax. I don't necessarily think there's any more items that they're waiting for on the core heroes. Maybe you can finish some extra item on the Timber, upgrade the dagger. But I think that's pretty much it, yeah. Sada is not really near any item.
Yeah, I got some bad news for you, Winter. The Lone Druid is level 25, so now he's got that plus 20% building demolish damage. He is going to rip these objectives up. And Sa, they've already had troubles with this rat thing. I don't know how they're really going to deal with it. The Timber is dead, but he's got buyback. He's ready to rejoin the fray. Nice play there from 1J. Just kind of slide himself out of trouble.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What do you think of this decision here? Wits has actually gone for the talent on the right at level 25. So Power Shot executes enemy heroes instead of the Focus Fire advancing kills. Hook Shot. Oh, it cancelled the TP. Wits TP get cancelled. And now Dark Lord, he should just be able to finish off this Rex. Gonna try and escape now with the bear. Still got a Satanic to work with. Turn around and fight onto Dark Mago. On paper, the control should be there, but slowly but surely, Dark Lord, this bear will get caught and cut up as well. Okay. It's a lot scarier than it needed to be. And Dark Lord, again, instant summon back up. This is a very balanced hero, Winter.
Yep, tell me more about it, Mike. Every day since Sunday, we've been talking about Lone Druid.
Yeah.
It's been
I just
5
need
days.
a hot fix. I just need someone to take this guy out of the game.
Yeah, but you don't like my hot fixes.
Okay, what's your
told
hot
you about
fix?
my-
Oh,
Yo.
yeah. No. I like my suggestion more. I like my suggestion.
Will you enlighten
But of course
us
I would say
again?
that, right?
What was your suggestion again?
I'll get back to you. Let me think about it. I wanted him to have the Terrorblade kind of debuff. You know, Dark Unity, where like when your Spirit Bear is too far away from the Druid, he loses damage.
Dire are scanned.
Why is he even allowed to
I
hit
had
outside of the
something
range?
else in mind. Let me revisit that. Give me a moment. I need to think. Oh, my nerf was to the early game. It still doesn't really address this late game madness though from Dark Lord. I was saying that I want the entangle roots to be 6 hits at level 1 and 2.
mean, the bear also shouldn't get his own talent tree, right?
Yeah, that's some bullshit. Like, there's no way. As the core might just be caught dewarding here with his fresh gem. Shackled up, Aeon Disc going to serve him well. Preserves himself there. Look at Dark Lord with his bear ready to strike. He's gonna munch up these dire heroes. You're still not seeing a Ghost Scepter come out for the Tusk. Or the Grimstroke, actually. None of them have it. Pretty interesting. I guess because there's a Nullifier, hook shot off the mark there. South America Reject should know that they're being hunted in this area. Back up to safety. Man, this game is just so tricky for them. Lone Druid's gonna have buyback in just about 5 gold. Come back into the fight. Resummon a bear, even if he's focused down. Beautiful catch, dude. The way that Breeki Cheeki start these fights is just clean, but maybe South America Rejects can still come back. Frank will get cut down, he does have a buyback. Might just have to use it. Here's Sportic on the front line. Nice soul bind. Wits is gonna get controlled by the Yules, preventing the damage, but now he BKBs. Still shooting onto the Slaughter. The Slaughter will go down. That's a dieback, and Darlon's bear will drop as well. Refresh out from Frank, still looking for more. El Micho's come back into the fray, kill off the Phoenix. This is the chance that South America Rejects were looking for. Chorex doesn't have a BKB no longer, and the Tusk finds another kill with the shards. Huge plays coming out from South America Rejects to get that one done.
They are just better at the team fights, yeah? Utilizing the buybacks, utilizing their heroes much better. And again, you know, Breeki Cheeki over chasing, over committing, and just getting punished by the South American Rejects.
Yeah. I didn't really see what the Gale Force did, but Observer pointing that one out probably had a major impact in that fight. And oh, the Aghanim Scepter granting the Tailwind. Maybe that... I didn't really keep track of whether that ended up changing anything. Dark Lord now, his bear's in trouble. Pull back in, just need a punch. There's El Micho, he's been great at it so far. Satanic, cancelled out. Somehow this Kanka is able to stand toe-to-toe, right? It's really the item build from Dark Mago. And now you don't have summon for another 35 seconds, so this Lone Druid's gonna be just kind of looking at himself in the fountain right now.
Not a long cooldown, still 30 seconds more. So let's see if they can buy enough time. Timber has his buyback, but I guess he's not going to want to use it here. Slada has no buyback.
Yeah, I will say the one thing Breeki Cheeki have been doing really well is just they will hook shot, crush, and Chodex jumps in at the same time for big burst damage. But if South America Rejects survive that initial jump, they have shown that they're really good at kiting out these fights, and they might have just ended up the game. The Lone Druid now, getting all the items on his main hero, finally will bring the bear back, start repopulating that inventory. But South America Rejects, they've seen enough. They're gonna back up, try to maybe get a good position on this Roche pit, but as we can see, it's not spotting for a while longer.
Gotta contest the Roche here, you know, on the Breeki Cheeki side. Can't give up this Roche to the South American Rejects. And that refresher on Tide right now. Team fighting is just gonna get harder and harder for them. Name of the game is still kiting. They have to kind of like just jump in with Starter or the Clockwork Hook Shot and just go in, go out, try to bait some spells. And trying to find the right angle for the Lone Druid to maybe finish off the Rex, you know. Maybe try to create some sort of diversion so he can get the Rex.
Potentially getting into some late game madness here. Back and forth we go. Both these teams wrestling for control. South America Rejects, they might have lost the series in another tournament earlier today. They might have already secured their playoff spot, but they are not going down without a fight. Breeki Cheeki, they have that Lone Druid that has been a terror throughout this patch so far. But it almost seems like with this draft, South America Rejects, they have the answers. They just need to be able to put things together and survive that initial jump from Breeki Cheeki.
Octarine Core also done on Wind Ranger. So just want to try to play with the spells, right? With the Aghanims of the Tailwind. So I guess you're permanently Tailwind with the axe right now?
More or less, yeah. I think the way that the Focus Fire is going to run out, because you get tailwind stacks, right? So you're just moving super quick. I think it kind of makes up for the boots lost. So the way I understand it is every time you auto attack, you get that buff, and then you get more stacks of it. So if you're just focus firing, you're like moving at insane move speeds, like 640, I'm sure.
Definitely a very interesting change of this hero.
Yeah. Definitely usable, just you kind of need to be familiar with it. El Micho on the high ground, hexed up, killed off. Poor Tusk has a buyback though, can come back to the outpost. But for now, Sao will exercise restraint. Hook shot slightly off the mark there. 1J tried for a reach. Slada gets the catch. Dark Mago able to stand his ground, turn and fight. Buyback immediately from the Tusk, look for his setup. Dark Lord now fighting. There's an egg in the middle of the triangle. They're trying to deal with the ghost on the Slada, but in comes the Ravage. For the Ravage, second one, they can't get it off. The Yo's control Frank. He's gonna try and throw some water out as the call goes down while Chodek still fighting on the front lines. South America rejects, they've claimed their triangle, and now they're starting to push the side of Breeki Cheeki away. BKB, second Ravage, holding the bear in. They just need to get the catch on the Chodek, and they get a beautiful shackle. Wits lines it up and knocks them down, but Dark Lord, he's out for revenge. Buybacks coming out en masse as well. Breeki Cheeki looking for the punish. They might have just outdone South America rejects. Wits is dropping low and needs some help and needs it now. El Micho will come save the day, but Chodek's there to chop them down. Wits with the buyback. This one's important, but he can't get back into the fight. The TPs, the Hexes, El Micho is out of the fray. No Tusk and no Tide for 120 seconds.
This is dangerous times for South American reject. Can they actually hold on here? And the creep wave is so far away. I mean, the enemy team is deciding to finish Roche first.
Yeah, but the Lone Druid Bear is already pushing out the mid-wave, Winter. They're not going to have a problem ushering the creeps into the base to potentially close out this game.
This could be the last hurrah. I mean, can they try to delay the game, cut the waves, or somehow? They have to try something.
I don't know who's going to get out there and cut the waves, though. That's the scary part. I feel like you're reaching the point in the game where you got decent team fight and stuff, but all these small little plays, the jumps in coordinated from Breeki Cheeki, just ripping Sa asunder. All the yummy fish in the world not going to save you now.
Yeah, 1J has been very, very good with the hook shot, starting the fight so far. Another hook shot.
He's in again. He just can't be stopped. Look at Schofield. His HP is going to disappear. Chodex in with the burst. The backup of the Slada. He'll preserve himself a little bit with the Yules, but without Schofield, things get hard. Turn around with the Soul Bind, but there's the Wind Waker. Getting Chodex out of dodge, and the Sunray going to heal them up to a nice degree. Dark Lord now, onto Dark Mago with the bear, just taking out his HP, and the Kanka is down. He's gonna buy back 8 right in the face of the Wind Ranger, but the hook shot to stop it. 1J again, he just doesn't miss. Gets on top of the Wind Ranger, forces them into the base, and there's nothing else that Sa can give. Even the Wind Waker on Chodex to save his ally. Buyback there from Frank. He managed to get the gold somehow, some way, but look at Breeki Cheeki. They want to put an end to this game and secure their spot as well. They had a more precarious score than Sa. They don't have the upper bracket secured, but maybe with this win here in the series, they can solidify that spot. Still, they'll show the respect. Still, they'll back off.
They didn't get the melee. They didn't get the melee Rex. They only got the tier 4 towers.
They kind of got a bit distracted by the heroes almost.
Yeah, they definitely did. They still have their Aegis. They still have the cheese on Slada, so... I mean, it's not the end of the world, but they could have definitely at least, gotten, I think, Megas if they just ignore the tier 4s. Because the tier 4s, they are very hard to kill if you have the outer towers and the Rex alive. They give the tier 4s extra armor.
Kind of losing the plot a little bit halfway through. It looked so good for them, and then now...
Certainly
still
felt like
not
the game
over.
should have ended there. Or at least Mega Creeps should have been upon us. 60 minutes. Time to go farm your items.
What are you looking for here? 60 minutes. What would be a big difference maker for either of these teams?
Desolator, is that still in? I don't know, man.
Stygian?
Yeah.
Yeah, you still got that. The new ones would be the Harmonizer. You got Witchbane back. I guess Rift Shadow Prism, maybe.
And
Like
obviously
the
we can-
copy of the bear would be crazy.
Radiant's bottom tower.
You cannot never forget the Book of the Dead, you know. Just end the game.
Of course. Of course. Dark Lord, his bear's got to show. Here's Dark Mago with the setup. They're turning around for it. Punches there. I mean, I feel like he should go down, but he's able to kind of make a nice escape so far until Frank has something to say about it. Yeah,
Oh.
real cool, real cool, real cool, real cool.
5 heroes just to take out that bear. And he has it back up again. Man, this cooldown should be some 150-second cooldown or some shit, man.
Yeah, there's some bullshit, dude. Like, I mean, by the time the bear even gets to a position where he can die, he's gonna be spawned again. Like, what is even the point?
Radiant are scanning.
And also,
Oh,
you're
the-
gonna reach a point where you can farm 6 slots on your druid.
Or at least they should make the cooldown only run when the bear is dead, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, that would be a good change. And then you reduce the cooldown, maybe like
Yeah,
45
you can
seconds or
reduce.
50. He just
probably
needs-
not.
Probably not that low.
Probably not that low, yeah.
Yeah. They just need to make it more punishing to lose your bear, because right now you just send the bear in like a suicide squad and he absolutely kills a bunch of heroes before he's dying. Okay, well, I don't know whether you can solo the Tormentor. You'll need a bit of help. Yeah, there you go.
That's the last straw, yeah. If the Spirit Bear can solo the Tormentor.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm already on multiple last straws. I don't even have anything to suck on no more. It's too much. I've seen
Lone
enough.
Bear killing Tormentor 1v1.
That's so stupid. Can you imagine Lone? I'm pretty sure Lone Druid Bear might be able to solo Roche.
Yeah, actually, maybe, yeah.
Yeah?
Maybe,
yeah? Okay, so some 60-minute items coming up. Timeless Dayzoom Blood Right. That's really big for the Timber because now all his spells, huge area of effect. And it's not like he got HP problems, so that's not going to be a concern. We got Lone Druid, the Fallen Sky, but his bear, what does the bear have? Okay, Fallen Sky for the bear as well with Audacious. Sheesh. 100 attack speed and 80 magic attack damage. So he's going to be ripping these heroes up. You got a Book of the Dead on the Phoenix, Fallen Sky on the Clockwork.
This is like the insane part of the bear, right? You have the talents and you have the neutral items. Like, this is crazy.
Okay, but you do have some cockroach legs, or rather spider legs. So Schofield will be moving around extremely quickly. And something we didn't mention yet, he has the threat of the Blink and the Hex. So double Soulbind, double Hex. Could be pretty crazy. You got Stygian, as you were requesting on the Wind Ranger as well, but here comes Breeki Cheeki looking to end the game. Vision granted first by that Clockwork. Watch out for 1J, he's been the one to initiate for them so far. Eyes on the Clockwork, who is he gonna go for? A Blink Dagger? On the Lone Druid, okay. Kinda interesting. I guess you get Swiftling.
Killed.
Yeah? This graph is ridiculous.
Blink in and just get the Rex. That is his objective right now. I don't think they're gonna
Sure.
try to get the the throne. They just got
Maybe
their
too
glyph
risky.
up. Glyph is ready again for the South American rejects.
You gotta be really careful with how you use it though. If your opponents see that you throw it out all willy-nilly, they can go for the game-ending play. They might just try it anyway. Dark Mago on the front lines, taking the hits. Snowball thinking about pulling him in, not needing to just yet. They'll just turn around, focus down 1J. Nice play there. Onto the back line. Big crush on 3. Schofield's in trouble. Schofield's
Going
dead.
for
He
the
didn't
throne.
buy back immediately. They're going for the throne, or at least they're trying to. Dark Lord, his first bear will go down. Dealt with by the gush and slowed up to a crawl. Frankie can now encroach on forward. Still got the Ravage to work with. Chodex, he's on the front lines. But a Timber in hidden no buildings. A Timber's gonna try and BKB, put the swords out though. There's Dark Lord. He's ending the game, but the glyph comes out. Crush on the back line. Ravage to stop them. It's not going to be enough. Look at the side of Breeki Cheeki surrounding this throne and putting an end to game number 1. Ravage will try and do its best, but it's just not going to be enough. South America rejects another late game heartbreak. They just can't catch a break here. Breeki Cheeki will take them out in game number 1 in 63 minutes.
They need to take a shower, man. That was dirty from Breeki Cheeki. That was not a clean way to win Dota, you know. They got the job done, but it was a disgusting way to finish the game, you know, trying to speed push, using the heroes as a distraction, and the bear, you know, finishes the game off, you know.
Yeah.
In South American rejects, I feel like they put up a very valiant effort. In terms of draft, I feel like the draft is past 30 minutes, it's pretty difficult to play the game already, but they somehow make it work. They were outplaying Breeki, Cheeki in a lot of the team fights. They have better coordination, they have better target prioritization. They know how to go in, go out. Whereas Breeki, Cheeki, I think the game should have been over a lot sooner if not for their pointless diving. They just went for blood a little too much instead of focusing on the objectives.
Yeah, absolutely. Breeki Cheeki could have closed that up, but of course we gotta give props where it's due. South America rejects holding on, and gotta keep in mind, I keep saying this, it might not matter to them, but they're still trying to kick, still trying to fight back. And let's see whether they can come back in a game number 2 or whether Breeki Cheeki will take a surprise 2-0 upset after a short break.
Just longing for a glance from you, yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do, hey. When we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. on the dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot for you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now, but you never noticed 'cause you had a man. Ooh, yeah, and it's plain to see how bad I want you, girl. Trying to be much more than friends, hey. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. Tell me, baby. I wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? I wanna know if you know that I treat you right.
Winter and I, we were waiting so damn long to get to Group B games. You know, we were stuck in Group A. You know, those games were fun, but finally we get ourselves quite a treat as well. 63 minutes, Winter. South America rejects up against Breeki Cheeki, but Breeki Cheeki, hopefully they took a quick rinse after that because that was dirty stuff. The lone druid all the way till the end, ratting the base, but to be fair to them, I think their draft was also okay in the end, right? They counterpicked, they chose to prioritize that, and it ended up working out for them.
Still a lot of potential in Wind Ranger still as a carry. I kind of like the new innate. What was it called?
Tailwind.
Tailwind. Oh yeah, Tailwind, not Trailwind. I think late game is pretty annoying to deal with. I think overall you're still kind of the similar. You're kind of the same hero, except for the additional damage from your stun. But everything else remains the same. But you have a lot more. I feel like mobility in the team fights because it works with the agonims and the innate. You know, I think the hero feels like he's still a strong force to be reckoned with. If you get into that late game situation, and it's very good against lone druid. You can kill the bear easily with the focus fire every time.
Yeah. I will say that with the removal of the Tangled Facet, Winter, the early damage seems to be a bit lacking, right? In that sense, the Tusk pairing makes up for it. It kind of reminds me of what we always like to talk about with like Void Spirit, for example. The hero by itself has a lot of potential, but early game you need that little bit of extra oomph. So maybe something like a Slada on the off lane, or some additional minus armor from your supports, physical damage amp, something like that, and the Wind Ranger could be a top line carry.
I mean, we'll see. No lone druid here this time. I don't know if he was picked. I don't know if it was just picked because of a response, to LD, or they just think that the hero is good. Because if you think about the other
do you think it's ban worthy?
Which one? Wind Ranger? Probably not yet. Maybe we'll have to see a lot more of the hero first to know. Because laning phase, the hero is still really strong. I mean, whether you have the tangle damage or not, you're going power shot in the lane, so it's still a very strong laner.
Remaining.
If you combine it with Clock or Tusk, whatever pulse fight that's melee, that can help you kill the hero.
Remaining.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see where Wind Ranger stands, for South American rejects. Is it just a hero specific to Lone Druid as a counter, or they just value the hero? Yeah, on bits, if maybe he just really likes to play the hero.
Okay, here's a Schofield potentially hoodwink into the clockwork. The clockwork continuing to be something that Breeki Cheeki prioritize for themselves with the way that 1J is playing it. I'm not surprised at all. I think he did an excellent job in that previous game. I think Clockwork is one of those heroes that gets more complicated as the game goes on because the opponents have more defensive items, there's more things you need to worry about. But I feel like throughout all 63 minutes of that game, 1J was still able to find very meaningful initiations, which is just so impressive to me. Because every time I play Clockwork, I hook shot in there, I die in like 10 seconds.
If you don't have items, of course you'll die. You need to have the shot. You need to have to use some kind of force stuff. You always want to have those type of defensive items on Clockwork. I think he had what did he have last game? I'm pretty sure he had shot. He had use.
Yeah,
what
yours,
else?
yeah.
He had use. He had force stuff. It's pretty hard to kill him. Ghost Scepter. Basically, the trifecta: Ghost, Force, and use. He had the 3 defensive items. And then he
People
bought
just don't like Glimmer Cape these days, man.
And then he bought a solar crest just so that his carry will not be pissed at him. Where's my my crest, my drums?
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Get me my Vlads, please. I think we have Lone Druid and Slada, and my support doesn't buy a Vlads.
True, yeah. Kind of cringe. Okay, Slada being taken out, Pango eliminated as well. So a lot of high-value core heroes opens up the way for an Ench. So we know this is a El Micho classic. South America rejects their previous lineup with the 2 supports didn't work, so they're switching in some new ones.
Yeah, Enchantress is I feel like I think I remember having this discussion with. I feel like this hero was probably the top pos 5 here, in the meta.
5 seconds.
Surprised to see not a lot of teams picking her up yet. Some teams they prioritize picking Ench, but not every single team. Silencer seems to be the flavor on the position 5 role right now. Rubik, Silencer, all ignored. So they go for the tiny Breeki, Cheeki. They're all for this Clockwork pos 4.
Yeah. This Tiny's probably going to be the carry, and I think you taught me something important, Winter. It doesn't really matter before the Tiny about the carry-to-carry matchup. You're just looking at supports that you can smash in the mid-game.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Hoodwink and Ench. If you don't get some sort of HP magic resist item, you're dying to Tiny easily. Doom. Right away, they see the Phoenix and Tiny. Anti-heal and percentage-based damage, right, with the Infernal Blade. Great against carry Tiny, a core Tiny. Wherever the Tiny goes, Doom is good against it. But I would say that mid Tiny, you're maybe a little bit not so bothered by the Doom. But yeah. Okay, so that means the Doom is what? Doom is the carry?
Yeah, they've shown
Yeah.
this before. Wits has played the carry Doom, and it looked amazing on him. So I'm not surprised to see it oriented this way.
10 seconds remaining.
And Tidehunter comes out again. That's something that Frank clearly is extremely comfortable with. Even though they did end up losing the previous game, I feel like the Ravagers were pretty solid. It brought them a lot of utility in the fights, like the catch, the way he's using the Yules to set up the fights. I liked it. Is it that good into Tiny Phoenix, though? I guess it's pretty decent into the Tiny in the lane.
Team back.
If the Tiny is a carry. But again, strength heroes galore. Chodex is like, give me Timber. Give me Timber. Again, I'm going to cut them down. Timber's also good against Ench and Hoodwink. Again, another insane Timber game. I mean, sometimes I feel like people are just ignoring Timber too much, because the hero got a pretty sizable nerf in the patch, and everybody's like, oh, I don't want to pick Timber. I don't want to play Timber. Hero's shit right now, But in a good game, I still think that you can pick it. Like, these are the type of games that you want to pick it.
Team back.
So who are you trying to doom now? Because you said the
Timber.
Doom versus Tiny. Okay, Timber
You
100%.
doom the Timber. Yeah, 100%. You doom the Timber.
Okay.
You don't doom the Tiny, you just use Infernal Blade on him. The Timber is the key hero here for Breeki Cheeki once more.
10 seconds remaining.
So they
5
need...
seconds remaining.
What do they need? I guess they need Ember Spirit. They need some small little stuns. If Tiny is carry, the support needs somebody to play with in the early game. So I assume the mid hero needs to have some sort of setup for Clock and Phoenix. Ember, Storm maybe not so good. It's too greedy. Is there still Pangolia in the game? I guess Ember, Pangolia. Oh no, Pangolia's banned. Yeah. So mainly is Ember remaining here. Banning out Quap. Maybe something like Sand King would work also to give them some stuns. Yeah, maybe they want Sand King and banning out Quap and Storm. As long as there's a lot of stuns, that'll be good for the lineup.
Trying to investigate what the build was the previous time that Wits played carry Doom. Seems like just the regular Harpoon build up.
Harpoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harpoon. Just go Harpoon. Yeah, Harpoon is just too good of an item right now because it gives you mobility. You can run away to the
Yeah.
trees.
10 seconds.
I just think
Keep
South
your
America rejects right now, they're missing objective potential, right? Like, they don't really do Roche. They can't really take towers very convincingly other than the Ench. The Terrorblade comes out. Isn't this...
It's the Doom counter in a way because you can Sunder. If you don't Doom the TB can always save the Doom target.
Right. Okay.
They're just playing for skill because they feel like the Timber is going to be able to buy so much time, right? So the TB is like kind of like the insurance policy. So you over secure or super secure your late game, you know. So all the pressure is going to be on.
Looks like we lost.
South
Let me
American
double
rejects.
check. Did I get lost or did we lose with? Is it me? Did I drop a little bit there? Okay. I seem to have some issues, so I'm gonna reconnect. Winter, can you hear me? Are you still there?
Yes, I hear you. I hear you.
Did
but I
you
think
also
don't
drop
hear
out
me.
of the game a little bit?
Nope, I did not.
Okay, I had a little bit of a drop, so I'm back now. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry for the confusion, but okay,
Yeah.
things are gonna wrap up. Dark Mago, Ember Spirit. What are we thinking?
So much for Singaporean internet better than Malaysian internet, yeah?
Again,
Dropping out
you're
in
the
the
only
middle of
one.
the game.
You're the only one saying that, brother.
Okay, so back to Dark Mago Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
They need some small little stuns as well on the South American reject supports and Shootwing, so Ember kind of fulfills that for them. Lane wise against Tiny, I do think that Tiny should have a lot more CS in this lane because of the tree grab and everything else. But again, this game is going to be very, very focused on the mid lane. I think less on the side lanes. A lot of there's going to be a lot of battles for the runes for the Tiny and the Ember, and they want to dictate play, right? I think the pressure is going to be on the South American reject side because Breeki, Cheeki, they have the Timber, they have the terrible late game. All these heroes are going to cause a lot of problems, right? You have the Doom, sure, but the Doom, can he solve all the problems? I don't think so late game, you know. So they have to play for early game timing. They have to be quick on their lineup, and they have to run at the Terrorblade, Timber, and the Tiny.
Is Doom the correct hero for something like that, though? Because in my mind, I always think of Doom as this hero, this late game monster. He wants to farm a whole ton of items. He wants to get net worth. How are you going to play fast on the Doom? Is there some sort of angle here, or is he actually stronger in the early game than I'm giving him credit for?
I think they need to take control of the map, you know. I'm not saying he cannot be greedy and farm his items. He can, but he has to come to the fights. Because
Okay.
Terrorblade, you're not coming to the fights, let's be real. Right? You can maybe push a tower with meta, but that's about it, right? So you have to overrun them in the early game. Because I think late game, sure, you're Doom. But late game against Timber, late game against TB, all these heroes, Phoenix, they're all going to be a problem.
What do we think about this Tiny mid? Because you already mentioned how it matches up into the Ember, but what about the overall game? I guess he's happy because he has some supports he can kill. But I feel like
Yeah.
there's a good reason why we haven't seen Tiny mid as much. This feels more like okay, you know, we want the Terrorblade, so you're gonna have to play Tiny mid versus it actually being a good Tiny mid game.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's more they wanted to make room for another carry because of the matchup. They felt like TB would have been better for the overall game and Tiny just wouldn't be able to carry the game, which I kind of share that sentiment. But mid Tiny gonna got nerfed a lot because you don't have the slow, you don't have the crash landing.
I'm not exactly a very big fan of mid tiny now.
Yeah. I feel like it takes a specialist to make it. Oh my goodness. Oh my good. Was that 4 cogs? Wits just got 4 cogged. 4 cogs at the same time.
And that deserves a tip, right?
Yeah.
Superman 1J.
I mean, at this point, he's way past the tip, I'll tell you that. Now, this is a lot of just harass and annoyance for this carry Doom, who, on paper, has a pretty decent lane secure in the form of El Misho. They're going to try and harass Chodex back. Okay, well, Timbersaw might actually be dead, yeah.
I think he probably just wants to die.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Actually,
First blood
maybe
drawn.
they shouldn't have killed him, you know?
I
You
can see
think about
that.
it, right? They should have just hit him until 100 HP and just let him go.
Sure.
Like, how does he actually play the... Yeah, I mean, like for real, like, he's gonna go back to lane, then what, you know? Then your carry is gonna get the kill? Like, if you think about it further, maybe they shouldn't have killed him there.
Sure, yeah. I can agree with that. I think the concept of staggering someone out is not very explored in Dota 2.
Sometimes
But,
it is, you know, some teams definitely think about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I feel like
it's
the
not
furthest
very
that we go in that regard is like people purposefully delaying the kill on like an Aegis holder just so the Aegis times out. But we rarely see very intentional plays to like delay the deaths. It really just feels a bit more relevant for the early game.
Yeah, for the lane, it's just to mess someone up's laning phase, you know. I think that was potentially a big deal, you know, because if you don't do it, if you don't let him die, he's at 100 HP, 150 HP. What does he do? He doesn't have a salve. He's gonna walk back to the lane. He's gonna miss like half a wave, and then what? You know, he's stuck in a shitty situation, and he's probably gonna die to the other heroes, you know, in the lane. You know, so I think that's definitely a lot of value. They're not killing him right away.
Sure. Well, that moment has passed, and right now he'll be able to get himself the level 2. Slowly but surely, the Timbersaw needs quite a bit of time to wind up into that late game monster that we saw just now. The question is, who are they going to play through? I guess their only option is the Tiny, right? The 2 side laners of Breeki Cheeki are exceptionally static, and they don't really want to be moving or doing anything, really.
Nope, they do not. Tiny is the main man. Tiny wants to rune. Tiny wants to rotate. So Tiny it's Tiny against Ember. It's all about the Tiny against Ember matchup here in the mid lane. The 3v3, the rune control, the shrines and everything, you know.
Yeah.
The side laners are just going to be watching from the side lanes.
Yeah. Kind of like spectators in the arena. They watch the main show in the middle.
Yeah, you can't be the main show every game, you know.
Sure. I think in this game, none of them really want to be the main show. They'd love to be left alone and allowed to farm up for free.
You sure?
So far,
Some players they just like to be the main event, the main attraction.
yeah, but I mean, Chodex, I'm pretty sure if everyone would just leave him alone to farm for 20 minutes, I'm sure he'd be very pleased about that. A level 30 Terrorblade on Dark Lord versus level 30 Ember on Dark Mago. The Dark fellas bringing out their best here. The South America rejects, just to recap in case you guys weren't following the standings, you guys aren't too clear what's going on. Spotty getting bushwhacked. He is going to get caught. Oh, what a play there. Schofield doesn't even die, even though I'm pretty sure he wish he did.
Yeah, just coming in at the right time, you know, that's what Schofield does for you. It's one of the best position 4 players because of that. You know, he knows when to rotate, he knows the right time to come and gank the mid lane. These are the mid laners' favorite position 4 players. The ones that you don't need to tell to come to the lane to kill, you know, at 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah. Judging from what we know about Schofield, it's unlikely that he even communicated he was coming. He just showed up and got it done.
So the legends are real? He plays without talking?
Allegedly. I mean, you watch some of the old heroic, like, comms videos that they publish. A lot of the time, even when he talks, it's just kind of the other players asking for verbal confirmation. Like, for example, Schofield's going for a gank, and then Yuma will be like, Chala, you're coming, right? And he'll just be like, And then they'll go. That's literally it. I mean, I might be lying here, because I didn't watch all those videos. I just remember seeing a small moment where it's like, Yuma talking for a bit of it, KJ talking for a bit, and then Schofield says like one thing. Like, I think Yuma's like, Schofield, you got me, right? Sko? And he's like, yeah. And that's literally his only line.
Silent but deadly, you know.
That's absolutely. You don't see him coming.
Oh, so apparently, allegedly, he was the shot caller.
God damn.
I don't know how.
Yeah. Okay, that's a long time ago. Yeah, so in case you guys can't hear him, but our observer, big cornerstone of the South America scene, Mr. Glem. If you don't know him, you're missing out. That guy is he's an OG, and he's telling us back in Infamous, which is even before I think Beast Coast, 2019. Apparently, Schofield was out here calling shots, and then somewhere along the line, he just stopped talking, and he got a whole lot better. Just started making it to all these international events. Maybe he decided, you know what? I ain't gonna use my words. I'm just gonna show him my skills.
Yeah, because when you talk, it takes away from the play. You know, Mike?
True.
So people tell you to shut the hell up and play the game. You talk too much, you know, that's a famous thing in C.
Yeah,
People,
yeah.
people are saying you're talking too much, just play the damn game. Classic thing, you know, you miss a spell right away, people are telling you to shut the hell up and land your spells, you know, don't talk.
Yeah.
A little bit sad, you
Dude.
know.
Dude, Wits is just getting hammered down here by 1J. Oh, Frank? Kill on the Asgore? Okay. That was just solo. I was so surprised by that because I see the hoodwink mid and I'm like, what, Frank's getting done by himself? Looks like Spotting is being run down in the mid lane as well by a golem. His own brother turning against him, that's rough.
Yeah, this mid lane Tiny is definitely not having a good time here. Getting bullied so much against the Enchantress and Ember. And Hoodwink, you know, all the trio coming into the mid lane. I feel like this might be a very, very difficult mid game for them, you know, because the Tiny is going to be behind. He's not going to be able to contribute to help the Timber and the Terrorblade to farm. I mean, TB, he has good CS now, but I think coming into the mid game, things are going to get complicated, you know, when South American rejects run at you with the Ember and the Doom, the Tide. And the moment the tier 1 towers go down, that's when the game will start to be interesting for them. In the South American eject side, I think they're pretty happy with the outcome of the laning phase. Wisdom? How is this happening? They won the lanes, but okay.
What?
I was surprised that the Terrorblade actually tried to steal the rune. I mean, the shrine.
Wait, why wouldn't he? The Tide Hunter was like 200 HP. If anything, I was surprised he backed up. I thought he was fine to
saw
just stand
TP.
there.
I don't know if he saw the TP or he knew somebody TP'd. So he just didn't want to risk it. But at the same time, he also had 1 point save in case he needed to sunder. All I would say is Daracho would have done it.
Yeah, true.
Man, I missed
Now,
that
Wits
guy.
is, yeah, that guy was one of the best. One of the best to ever do it. Wits, though, he is really suffering down here in this bot lane. Having to play dodgeball, having to juke away from Chodex. I feel like you reach the point in the lane, El Micho, there's only so much you can do, but 1J baiting him in. Look for the hook shot. Not hook shot, Timber Chain, sorry. Too early in the game for that. But yeah, this game is all about the juking, or rather, this lane is all about the juking for South American rejects.
They
Like,
care
can
about the
they
mid
dodge?
lane. It's
Okay.
the mid lane, Mike. It's not the side lanes. They need the mid
Oh my
lanes.
God.
They want to win the rune battle. They want to kill the mid laner. The Tide coming in for that. That is how much they prioritize the runes, you know. Even the off laners walking down to contest the runes.
Yeah.
I like it.
Margot's
I
the
like
boss
it.
this game. Yep.
Has Margot
Regen
never been
rune.
the boss? He's always the boss, you know, Dark Margot. When he tells you to do something, you better get it done.
True, true. If Dark Mago told me to sign up for the military, I would.
Don't lie. You already have to sign up for the military because you're Singaporean. You have no choice.
He doesn't have to know that. Don't tell him. I'm scared.
How hard is it for him to find out? Just go Google and
Doom.
you'll find out.
I think he's dead. Timber, yeah, last take. They get him on the last take. That's real nice. So Wit's able to put the pressure out onto Chodex. Meanwhile, top lane, look at this. They are just pushing Dark Lord under his own tower.
Oh, yeah, this might be a quick one, Mike. Everything is snowballing out of control here.
Yeah, Dark
South
will go with a
American
gank.
rejects. They're coming in hot. They're coming in fast. A Ravage onto another kill.
Still got a Sunder though, so Mago's got to be careful. Run straight into a Tiny. Got another remnant to work with, not wanting to throw it out just yet. Got to dodge away from these cogs though. Mago, trying to keep the distance, will finally get himself down to the low ground. Schofield still shooting away, but at this point, spotting, he'll have another round of spells. Toss it onto the squirrel. You need to find the connection. Fairy Fire, he's a bit too slow. Now they'll turn onto Dark Lord. Do you have a Sunder is the question. Come through, Anchor Smash. They got themselves Dark Lord. I mean, South America Rejects, they're doing a great job just kiting around this fight. Now 1J. Once his clogs are down, he will get run down by El Micho and Frank. Another Anchor Smash. Fish left on the ground. That's not what you want to see. And get back for it, brother.
Doesn't matter, Mike. They're 5k ahead at 10 minutes. It does
My
not
bad,
matter.
sorry. Okay,
5k
sorry.
goal equals fish don't matter.
Dire structures are fortified.
Bro,
It kind of got me in two ways here because every single time I'm like, that doesn't matter. You're like, Mike, shut the hell up. Dota 2 is a game where everything matters. You can't discount anything. And then I'm like, you gotta get that fish, and you're like, Mike, you don't know what the hell. You just oh, hang on, what the hell?
That's another fish
One-
because he knows there's gonna be another fish here.
Okay. Bam.
Oh,
There you go.
delicious ocean
Yummy.
perk right there.
Yeah, Amisho's doing a really good job just kind of preparing these croakers and getting them involved. Yeah, the fish is still... Glem, don't remind me. Get the camera away from that. It's pissing me off. Thank
He's
you.
gonna find out. He's gonna find out. Don't worry. He's moving forward.
Do you think
He's
he
gonna
gets-
see- oh,
Oh,
that
oh,
belongs
oh, come
to
on.
me. That's my fish right there. Well
Yes! Come
done,
in. Yo,
Frank.
Glem, he couldn't have done it without you. Glem, give yourself a pat on the back. Take the hands out of the camera. Who cares, honestly? Oh, hang on. Chodex. Going down again. Okay. Yeah, this Timbersaw not looking too hard for Chodex this time round, eh?
I think Mike.
You
this
gotta
is
call
going
it
to be a
GG?
very- yeah, this game is gonna be a very quick one.
Yeah. Bonk. I really like the way
Somehow-
that South America rejects draft.
Somehow feels like they activated the speed button, you know, the turbo button. I mean, I also
Yeah.
don't really like the tiny mid, you know, because the tiny mid is like
Yeah.
you need to farm so much. You're going 4-0-4. You don't really fight a lot, so your whole draft inherently becomes really greedy. I love the 18 timber, but I think the way they rounded up the draft, that's not to my liking, you know, with the TV.
Looks like 1J will get caught again. Push the cogs around. I mean, they're just laughing at him.
He is dead. His Enchantress is 1-0 and 4. No hit points in heal. Just all out assault here. Impetus and slow, you know. Just skilling those two spells.
Honestly based. No level in Untouchable. Third level in Impetus, bro.
I mean, the game is going so well. I just want to kill them. Why go untouchable when they can't even touch you? Tell me, Mike.
So true. So true. And they don't really have an auto attacker other than Terrorblade, right? Everybody else bursts you down with spell damage anyway. That doesn't seem to be an issue right now. Dark Lord now being chased under his own tower. Now again, he does have a Sunder that you have to be wary about. The last thing you want is to give Breeki Cheeki a turnaround. Speaking of turnaround, there's Dark Lord. Starting to pop the meta, starting to look for a fight. South American rejects slowly encroaching on forward. Where's the help? They got themselves the Terrorblade. They need to finish him off, and they will be able to do so. Here's the response, though. It's far too late. They just kill the Clockwork like he's nothing, and now they'll look towards as they go. GG! GG! 13 minutes! Winter! We're out of here!
Wait, what the hell? I don't even see anyone typing. GG. I guess we're back
GG?
on schedule after that 1 hour game.
Yeah, I know that's
We're
what you like to
back
hear,
on
but
schedule, man.
I'm
We're
Breeki
back.
Cheeki. They were on the brink of doing something pretty nice. If they were able to 2-0 South America rejects, that would have been a big statement and probably a lot of confidence for them. But the early game just not going their way. And I think you and I both agree. I feel like that tiny mid was such a cop out. Like them trying to get the Terrorblade just felt way too greedy.
Yeah, I think Schofield just kind of one move by Enchantress when he came over, and they just got overrun, right? Because after those 2 moments, you can't really contest anymore on the Breeki Cheeki side. You can't fight back. Ember is like one of the most oppressive mid laners. When you get a hit, you see the support is slight chains, somebody's just gonna die, and the Enchantress
Yeah.
is maxing his inverters. So there's no way to play around that. And whoever you put on the bot lane 1v1 against the Doom is just gonna die, So they just got caught in a situation where they needed to move through the mid laner, but he can't move because they're losing the 3v3s. He's not getting the runes, and there's no gameplay to be done. TB cannot
Yeah.
move. He's just farming, and you just lose. That everything just ball out of control. Out of that one gank, from Soulful at 3.5 minutes or so, and then Elmisha follow up shortly. They controlled the runes, and I think the game was just over. At 6-7 minutes.
It honestly feels like when this kind of thing happens, where South American rejects just pick that Hoodwink so early, pick the Enchantress, you kind of should already be able to tell that's what they're gunning towards, right? These two heroes really good at rotating to the mid for that 3v3 like you always like to talk about, Winter. But Breeki Cheeki seems to not have put much respect in that regard. But hopefully they'll sort that out in game number 3 after a short break.
Just longing for a glance from you, yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do, hey. When we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me that
Last day of the DreamLeague Div 2 group stage, and we got two ends of the spectrum, right? Our first series, it didn't even happen. Nigma Galaxy versus Ivory, that was a walkover, unfortunately. But at least this second series, it is absolutely my goodness, delivering. There we go. South America Rejects versus Breeki Cheeki. First game went all the way to 63, Winter, and then second game, it didn't even make it to 13.
Gonna balance out the long game, yeah? Gotta keep everything going on track.
Of course, we got a schedule to follow, as we always like to say. But, of course, job is not done. South America, Rejects, maybe for them, it's a little bit less pressure because they've already secured the upper bracket for themselves. But Breeki Cheeki very much would like to join them there, and they can do so by taking the win here. Now, we're looking at the games in Group B now with this series, but earlier on we were covering Group A, we were seeing Enigma Galaxy having secured their spot. Overall, though, it was still pretty contested in the middle, and we already got news because all the other series have ended. So, Namiga, Rune Eaters, and One Win are in kind of a contentious spot, right? So because of, I'm not going to go into the exact details, but tiebreaker rules, final ranking, it's Rune Eaters, Namiga, then One Win, which is honestly not what I expected. I thought One Win would remain very much at the top, but we can look at the overall standings later on. Let's look at the draft because these two teams, you know, first game, Breeki Cheeki got away with some no draft integrity lineup thanks to a nice last pick Timbersaw. Second game, South America Rejects just slapped them to shit. And then now,
this
Breeki
game-
Cheeki, they got the last pick again.
Does it matter for Breeki Cheeki right now? Can they still get to the third position?
Let me do some
If they
checking.
win, oh, it doesn't matter. It's 9 at 4 and 2. Actually, maybe, yeah. Because they'll be on same score with Z10, right? If they win here.
Yes, I believe so.
Team back. Radiant team back.
Nah. Yeah,
Don't know what difference does that make, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. At least from what we can see right now, it seems like everything's locked up, at least for Group B. There have to be
Seeding, yeah?
some... Yeah, seeding
seeding?
wise. I think that's going to be the seeding. Let me double check. We didn't get any confirmation from the admins just yet, so we're going to wait on them. But at least for now, what we do know is that Power Rangers have finished at the top of the group, unless South America Rejects win this series. So if South America Rejects win this series, they'll be at 6 and 1, and they'll have beaten out Zero Tenacity and Power Rangers. But if South America Rejects lose this series, then it's 5-2s across the board. Then we're looking at all the individual scores and we'll decide from there. But let's keep our eyes focused on what's ahead of us here. We still have a game 3 to be played. Breeki Cheeki versus South America Rejects. Got to keep in mind at this point, South America Rejects, this will be their 6th game of the day. So definitely some of their exhaustion might be starting to set in.
6 games a day, and you think the players will get exhausted? Come on, Mike.
Okay.
You hear yourself talking. 6 games. You
Well-
think the boys from South American Rejects cannot play 7-8 games of Dota a day?
Well, you
think
can.
Physically, they are incapable of playing at this level for 8 games a day.
Yes. I think nobody's capable of playing at the same level for 8 games in a row in a day. And I'm willing to stand on that. Would you like to challenge that statement, Winter?
No.
Yeah,
That's
I thought so.
That's foolproof right there, you know. You have a foolproof
Yeah.
statement.
Yeah, I protected myself
to
very
challenge.
well.
Hard to challenge. Oh, they picked Hoodwing and Breeki Cheeki picked Bristleback into it, because Bristleback is just such a good goddamn strong hero right now. They don't care even about the break.
Yeah. Okay. I'm kind of curious to see Rubik being ignored throughout this entire series, though.
No
Wasn't
fucking
even
way.
banned.
They just have no Rubik player on both sides, you know. Schofield
guess
doesn't
so.
want to play Rubik unless they play on 5, El Micho. But yeah, I think Rubik is just not the hero for these two teams. But it is the hero of the patch right now, I think. It is. There are a couple of heroes that could make the argument for that. Lone Druid, one of them. But yeah, Rubik definitely on top of that as well.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised because I swear to God I've seen 1J play Rubik before. Just maybe not so much his style and the clockwork. So scary that South America Rejects choose to ban it out. They'll go back for the Muerta. So they got themselves a really nice core combination on the 9 and
Yeah.
13.
I love this a lot. Moeta counters BB, so why not just pick them both?
real.
And
Although
the
we did see
X,
Enigma Galaxy show us that the Muerta BB counter is not exactly real, right? Because BB can ramp up real faster than Muerta's already.
10 seconds remaining.
yeah, if the game, and it depends on the state of the game, but if you look at the matchup of the heroes, the way they function, Muerta definitely counters BB. This makes it very hard to play the game. I'm sure you can still run the Muerta over if you get a good game, for sure.
Team pick.
How's the Alchemist here, though? Alchemist Shadow Demon coming out.
Out is like he's falling down the priority somehow. Not every team is prioritizing the hero. I mean, I do feel like he's a lot more punishable, and the pacing of the game is a lot slower because they nerfed the gold you get from the gifting agonyms part, which kind of affected the whole purpose of picking the elk right away. I mean, I think it's still good though. It's just not as fast as before, so you can still deal with it. And Breeki, Cheeki picking all 3 cores right away, even though their second pick. Interesting. Maybe this shows the Muerta as a sub, Maybe, just maybe. They're gonna pick their pos 5 here. Most likely.
10 seconds.
To keep the Muerta as a flex. Okay. I don't know what is this. This is a 4, I guess. So
Yeah.
it means they're gonna last pick their 5.
Wait,
Koto
couldn't it just
BB.
be a Koto 5 and like a Muerta 4? And like they change carry?
It definitely could. It definitely could.
Radiant team.
Because or they change off lane,
Yeah, true.
Because the Kotal just basically needs to lane with the BB, right? Wherever the BB goes, ideally. I mean, if you're doing Muerta pos 4, it means the BB is going to be carry with the Kotal pos 5, and then you pick another off lane.
Yeah, there's still Treant Protector and Tusk Wolf available, if that's what you want to pair the Muerta with. Tusk is kind of nice into Kanka, right? Because of the snowball save.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely viable for sure this game. You don't see it a lot, but it's viable. What else with Muerta?
Team back.
I thought Treant
Oh.
might be nice.
Trian is the best. I don't think there's anything that's better than Trian. In terms of just talking about the lane and the synergy in the early game. Ogre is
Yes.
probably a close second place or third place. I've seen people make Ogre work.
Oh,
Bloodlust,
okay.
the Muerta.
sure, yeah. I mean, Puck and Bristleback benefit from that a lot as well. But then I feel like you have very dependent supports, right? You got Koto and
No
Ogre.
stuns. Yeah, no stuns. GG.
Yeah. You kind of need to rely on your cores to do everything for you. But Breeki, Cheeky's trio are quite greedy, honestly. If this Muerta's position 1, they might end up in the same situation as game 2 where no one wants to do anything. And then one lane goes bad, everybody cowers into farming, and then it's AFK
And then you
mode.
just lose. Yeah, you
Yeah.
just lose. Pretty
It's not
much.
a good look.
And now we have Konka against Park matchup as well. Another Dark Muggle special. He knows
Hell
how to
yeah.
win this lane. I mean, again, this is going to be a very fast-paced lineup. And Elk, you always want to have a mid laner that you can feed a delicious agonyms to. Konka is
I
one
will
of
say
them.
this Kanka X doesn't strike me as a super tight turning Aghanim's. I know it can do a lot of damage. I know it's a great Axe, but it just doesn't feel like a Void Spirit Axe, for example. Or
Yeah, but they have a Night Stalker now, so another form of silence. Is
Okay.
the Night Stalker axe any good? What is his axe? Is it like AoE or something else? What is it?
wait, I'm not
What's
sure
that?
what they changed it post fast. I haven't looked. Let me
Oh,
double
it's
check.
totally different. Increase bonus move speed by 15%, attack speed by 50. Clearing an enemy hero resets all basic ability cooldowns.
Is that good?
No, I think no. You don't.
It sounds kind of shit. Like I don't know. Maybe we'll see. We'll see.
Bro,
This could be the
the
Night Stalker
shot-
game.
The shot is better than the scepter.
Yes, I agree. And also with the new Night Stalker, they added the feast in the night, right? Is it feast in the night or midnight feast? I'm not sure. But basically now
Midnight
the
feast.
consume comes as a basic ability. So
The Mamat store in the midnight,
yeah,
Tarik, Rocky China at midnight, 12 a.m. You call your friend out. I'm a little
yeah,
bit
get a bit of fish
hungry.
curry there, get some dal,
Yeah.
if you're Chinese, you get some sugar.
I get it kosong. I get it plain,
You
I'm
don't
just
you
kidding,
don't
I'm
even
just-
dip it in curry.
Bro, I do it with a dal. Sorry. I'm just trying to trigger
okay.
you.
No,
Who
that's
eats
fine.
roti plain? Like who? Have you seen
Okay, you know what?
somebody
This
roti
okay. This
croissant
might
and
be
plain?
this might be insensitive to people who are not the most well off because maybe all they can afford is
No,
roti
no, I
canai
mean you
plain.
order the roti and you don't dip it in the curry. Because they will give you
Yeah,
curry, right? One
yeah.
plain
Maybe
place,
they
but you
can't
don't
afford
dip.
the curry. Maybe they can't afford the curry.
Bro, the curry is given if you just order. Is it different in Singapore? If you order the roti, you'll be
No,
given
no,
the curry.
you do get curry. You do get curry.
Yeah, what the
But
hell?
I find that the curry that they give you is kind of low quality sometimes.
Maybe you're
They
going to the wrong
gatekeep.
place, Mike. You're going to
Yeah,
the wrong
maybe you're right.
place.
I'll have to rely on you to bring me around there next time I'm in Kuala Lumpur. But right now, we're with South
No.
America rejects here in this game number 3. Frank coming out with the Night Stalker and the Tusk as kind of, I don't want to say expected, but we guessed that this might be an option for them. I feel like the Night Stalker is so damn good this game.
Yes, too good to be true. It counters the park, it counters the Keeper of Light, it counters the Tusk. It kind of also counters the Muerta in a way, I feel. If you can just stick on him and if you're ahead as NS, you can definitely kill a Muerta easily with silence, you know. So this is a very dangerous Frank hero here. It could do a lot. And with hoping the Shadow Demon out, I think early game is going to go well and you rotate. You basically want to use Gate on the Shadow Demon and try to, you know, during nighttime just come and gank for the Night Stalker once. I think even the runes probably not as important here. This game is more important to enable Frank here. I think Frank needs to have a good start. The man you see, the hero you see in the screen here, this hero needs to pop off.
Absolutely. They used to call him Frank the Tank back in the Thunder,
Frank
Predator,
the
Thunder. Yeah, do you remember that? That used to be his nickname because he always played these aura heroes. He kind of reminded me of a lot of the other South America offlaners, right? They're very much team-based. They're going to do the blink stuns. They're going to do the auras. They play the team fight. And you can't really ever rely on them to carry you the game. But I feel like Frank has recently evolved. He has become this reliable source, regardless of whether you put him on those aura heroes or you put him on something a bit greedier like the Night Stalker. He can take it home for you. So Frank, you're gonna have to tank the responsibility of this game at least. He has a lot to do in this matchup, I want to say.
Yeah, he is definitely very, very important here in this game. He's gonna have to shut down a lot of the important heroes like Park, Keeper. I think Park and Keeper of the Light, these are the two important heroes that would hold the early game together for Breeki, Cheeki. So, yep, nighttime. Got a game going to start at nighttime, so Night Stalker can maybe try to sneak a rune here. Let's see if he can actually do that.
And the rune's extra profitable, right, for the Alchemist lineup.
Is it still extra
Is it still?
profitable?
Wait, is it not? Is it not?
Rune multiplier 2. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Disruption.
Nice dead shot. Might have saved his life. Nope, I lie. The Tusk actually traps him in, which is a bit sad. Why did you take it?
I think he's dead either way, but now the problem is you have shots at level 1. Not ideal on a safe lane. You want tag team to chase people and run them down, you know, so the laning phase is definitely going to get affected by a lot, you know, for this Muerta. Uh-oh, he just TP back into the lane.
I think he's fine.
Careful. Be careful, Darkwood. Be careful. There is no tag team.
They're gonna try and wrap around him. They don't get the body block off. Schofield's the one actually taking a lot of damage. Still standing his ground, trying to fight. One more push right before he goes down in the blood grenade. They're actually diving Dark Lord. Fairy Fire. This could be really greedy for Frank, but he doesn't get shot back into the tower and he survives.
Even if Frank dies, it's worth it because Muerta has no TP. He just TP'd back to the lane. It's over.
Yikes.
It's ruined. The walk of shame, the smoke of shame, whatever what you want to call it, he's going to miss 2 waves right now.
Glenn, put your camera on Dark Lord right now. We're gonna follow him all the way. This is so sad.
Oh, no.
Play the sad
Don't-
music.
Don't listen to Mike. Mike is a bad influence, Glenn. You know that Malaysian food is better than Singapore, so you know Singapore.
Okay, wait. Oh my god.
He knows. He knows, bro. Concoction. Chodex.
Is he dead?
Yeah, one more stack, he's dead. He's trying to kill the SD in return, but nope. No blinding light, so you can't really defend the Bristleback.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Do you need to get blinding light in this lane? Is that something the Koto should have considered?
No, 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 no. He doesn't need to. 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 Some players get blinding, I think. If you get, it's based on how you want to play the first couple of ways, right? If you're playing Illuminate, you're pushing a lane in, and then you're trying to pull so you can 2v1 the support on your side. But if things go wrong, they can definitely charge at you, and you don't have blinding light to protect yourself, right? That was what happened there. So that's definitely a risk reward, for both options.
Sure. I will say, out of all of the Breeki Cheeki members, I feel like the mid laner has yet to impress me. Yes, he had some pretty crazy... I feel like he's not easily brought into the game by the way Breeki Cheeki play. I don't know whether that's a him problem or whether that's a team problem that the supports don't come by and help him out a little bit more. They seem to be more obsessed with their side laners and they leave him on his own island, which is a really different story from Darkmago.
I agree. They play more for the side laners. Whereas the South American rejects, they kind of play more for their mid laner. So you see a stark difference in what they're doing in the game. And that's how they got trampled over, right, in the second game, where they won the mid lane so hard, they control the runes, they kick the Tiny out, and that was it. Your side laners have no game because your mid laner got trampled in the game. He cannot do anything.
Yeah. I feel like it's such a... In those moments when your Tiny's already suffering, it's so difficult because you've already mentioned you want to play on the winning lane. But if your Tiny's losing and your side lanes aren't necessarily winning, do you cut your losses and still try and play the side lanes? Or do you go mid and try and salvage a bad situation? It just feels rough regardless of what choice you pick.
Yep, that's why the game ended so quickly last game, Mike.
Yeah.
There's no right decision, and right now, SD, he's doing what I'm saying, he's going to the Night Stalker's lane early. Very early on, 3.5 minutes coming in. I'm not sure if that's going to give them a kill. Dark Lord he has 3 stacks. Oh, he is dead. I mean, the Moeta is getting destroyed this game, Mike.
Yeah. And honestly, you can tell that Sa have a target painted on this Moeta's back, because tell me why Schofield is literally diving the tier 1, tanking hits from both the Tusk and the tower, and he's still throwing a blood grenade and nut shotting on Dark Lord. This is pure, we want you to have the worst time ever.
I mean, it's going to get harder soon. Nighttime is going to kick in 40 seconds,
Pretty interesting that Schofield's actually gone top. So he comes back to life, TPs to the top lane. I thought he was going to TP back bot and keep putting pressure onto the Moeta, if anything.
The Moeta is already dirt poor, You don't need to deal with Moeta all the time. Bristol is the problem. Look at the CS, Mike. 39 CS.
Oh my
Bristol
god.
is the richest Radiant hero. Gotta send some backup, to deal with the Bristol back. Alchemist can't deal with him alone.
Where did he even find that many creeps? Was it probably jungle,
Wait,
right? Double farming?
Yeah, does that mean he didn't miss a single CS? Or actually, you wouldn't know.
I'm pretty sure he also just dragged the creep wave to jungle camps. Because that's the only way he has that much right now. There's just not enough creeps in the game for him to have 43 CS.
Yep, according to the laws of the game, there's no way. Nighttime is here. Night Stalker's happy. Frank the tank. I mean, his net worth is not that impressive, but he's bringing down the Moeta with him. Both of them are dirt poor in this lane.
True. Almisha will go down to the combination of 1J and Speedic.
The runes are going to spawn.
Darklord's dead again.
Yep, nighttime,
Very cool.
man. It's nighttime. I mean, good news is their puck is not losing the lane horribly against Honkai. This is a difficult
Sure.
matchup.
Yeah. Small silver linings. You need them where you can find them.
Quite surprised, right?
It's-
I mean, Dark Margot's going to TP top. Here he comes. He wants to kill the Bristol back. What's the Bristol back? He wants the Bristol back.
Snowball's not going to save. Turn around onto Aztekor. Still trying to put the damage out. They can't afford to let those Quill Sprays stack up. But there isn't any help coming for Breeki Cheeki, so Aztekor has to back up.
Yeah, and Dark Margot does not have his boots yet, so he can't really chase. Has to walk all the way back to the mid lane without boots. It's pretty sad.
Oh my god, dude. Nasty piece. You need to get out or commit in. They'll try for the silence. They need a bit more damage though. All you can really offer as the Koto is a blast, and they'll even disrupt just to keep the support at bay. Oh,
nice
come on.
boost, oh
Dude,
my God.
seriously, Schofield. You can't let him get away with that. The coil defensively just to survive on the nut. The Ash Legion shield saving, but here comes Frank. Needs a little bit of vision.
He's dead. Frank
Of
got
course,
him.
he finds it. Frank, try to juke around the tree, speed it. You ain't got the speed to outrun this. It's a Night Stalker at night, and Frank is dominating.
It's not Frank the tank. It's Frank the boss, you know? He's the boss of the game.
Yeah. It's Frank the ganking tank, if anything. He just keeps on going. Look at how
Nobody-
safe... Dude, Dark Lord is farming outside his defender's gate at 7 minutes.
Nowhere else to go, Mike. What can he do? Nowhere is safe for Dark Lord.
Dark Lord dying to the real Dark Lord.
Yep, the real Dark Lord is Frank. It's Frank the Dark Lord, not Frank the tank. He's
So
coming
true.
mid right now.
Is under attack.
He's on the hunt. He's looking for his next prey.
It's stalking time. But they don't see him on the bot lane, so surely they have to see this one coming. Darmago using an AD rune, trying to get the first kill onto the Bristleback. Punish him for playing aggressive. They still don't have the break, but they should have enough damage to slowly but surely work him down. AD rune going the distance.
The map is closing down right now. Dark Margot making the move to the top lane twice already. They're shutting them down. They know Muerta is already completely done from bot lane, so they don't need to move bot. They only need to move top.
Yeah.
And the whole map is just getting smaller and smaller for the Radiant side here.
South America rejects are just so good at this type of map play.
And they also have the heroes that are equipped to do so, right? You have Kotal Post 4, you know. Kotal Post 4 is probably the worst of the worst to deal with the aggression that's coming right now. It's a very greedy hero. You want to farm, get levels. But if your game is going so poorly, then the hero doesn't really offer a lot of defense, right, for you.
Yeah. We saw a few times 1J, you know, he's at the scene of the crime, but his heals don't even, or his blasts don't even heal yet because he's so low level.
He is 6 now, so he'll be able to have more impact.
Okay. Well, he definitely needs to because 4K gold lead already in this early stage. One thing South America rejects don't have an issue with, it's wrestling over an early lead. Now Schofield, he might just get run down here. Big blast. One more quill spray will get the job done.
A step in the right direction for Breeki Cheeki.
The
Gonna get a lot
Alchemist
more.
is 6.5k net worth, which is two and a half times more than the Muerta.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just let the poor Muerta farm, right? Don't have to remind us of his financial situation right now.
Yeah, sorry, very disrespectful of me.
Don't want to speak someone else's financial situation in public. Yeah, you don't want to
That's true.
reveal that.
Yeah, we'll just pretend that the stats are not clear as day for us to see on the left side of your screen there. Sad face. Bro, Glenn. Don't do me like that, bro. Okay, Dark Lord. This guy have a long way to go. On the bright side, it is daytime. Until Frank presses his ultimate, of course, but it is daytime. So at least Breeki Cheeki can feel a little bit safer on the map as long as they see Frank on the wave.
I mean, Frank is definitely the biggest threat. And he has the dagger now, so I don't know how safe can you feel because you can TP to the towers and dagger in very quickly with ultimate. I mean, for now you can feel safe, you know. He's going to be coming soon, you know. You don't farm with dagger, you attack with the dagger, you know. You want to be in the enemy triangle.
Hell yeah, that's the South America play style, baby. Chodex getting started upon finally the level 6 to break the bristle, and he's not gonna have resistances from any side. Chodex easily swiped down. Dark Mago will get the last hit, they'll give it up to him. Everything to try and snowball this Kunkka to his BKB as soon as possible.
They're also shutting down the BB at the same time, you know. That's the third death for Chodex. He's the fattest hero still, you know, on the Radiant side. So this is a huge problem. They don't really have anyone to play with. Park wants to farm, Bristol wants to farm, Moeta wants to farm, Cotter wants to farm. So the only person that can move is as the core on the task, But what can you do alone, my friend?
One of the worst feelings of the task. No one to play with. Big jump in. This is the Frank blink reveal. They pull him into the trees and shoot him down. Schofield lines that stun up really nicely. Now Chodex, he's a big beefy boy. They might want to settle for an easier target in Aztekor. Snowball over to one of the illusions. Smart play there from the task. Still, the Night Stalker coming back in. Ash Legion Shield keeping the supports up and running, but slowly but surely, South America Rejects working them down. Whether it's the Tidebringer, whether it's the Night Stalker, they are poking them into submission. And even though the sun's out, tower might just be down regardless. So much pressure coming out from the Dire side.
And this is all happening while the Elk is farming and soloing your carry.
Oh my god.
Dark Lord. Oh, that was close.
Right around the corner. Witsy had just turned that corner a little bit earlier. Might have found himself the last hit. But still not a good sign in the slightest.
Yep, this is a total disaster for Breeki Cheeki. It's early game. They have 60 seconds to farm right now before NS has ulti again. 60 precious seconds, 1 minute.
You better juice the most out that you can of it. Unfortunately, you don't have a Midas or an Elk, so you can't make the money stretch an extra mile. I mean, they can't even really get much done on the map with this time. Right? They're still farming really safe locations. It's not feeling very efficient in terms of the map movement, but you can't really blame them. What map do they have to move on?
It's not like they have any plays to be made because of the heroes too, BB, Park, and Moeta.
Yeah.
Nothing they can actually do, and then you have a Cotter on top of it. This is like the worst type of lineup to fall behind with, You just don't really have play options. You're stuck in the base, you're waiting, and then you're waiting, and then it's nighttime, after you wait, and then you can't play again.
Sun goes down and then the stars come out. South America Rejects. Finding their spot in the sky here. Going to keep on climbing up. Secure that top seed for themselves here.
I mean,
Job's not done just yet.
Cotter is same level with the Moeta. This is really bad news.
Yikes. Should we say Moeta same level as Cotter? Is that too much?
Yeah, you probably should.
Wits is going to come through. Lotus Orb will reflect that stun. That's a very handy pickup for Chodex to work with now. Can reflect the X marks, can reflect the disruption. Even the Night Stalker's single target Q. So suddenly the survivability of Breeki Cheeki has gone up a slight notch. South American Rejects. Nighttime is upon them. Keep your eyes on Frank the Tank. He's going to be on the prowl.
He's here.
Shadow Demon actually walking up to the high ground, getting caught by a coil right now. It's Almisho in some trouble, rolled upon, but Damago and Frank, they've collapsed back in, looking towards the park, pushing him away for now. She'll be able to phase shift dodge out of this boat combo. Never gonna connect that one unless you have an Orchid. Wits is now joining the fray. Still, very easy for Sportic to just juke around this fight. They don't have enough control for the park at the moment. The Night Stalker has his eyes set on Aztekor instead. Dark Mago now backing up. They turn their sights towards Chodex as Aztekor able to survive thanks to a snowball, but he still ends up going down to the AoE. But still, the park being able to get at least the kill onto Frank is kind of significant. John's really shot though. I don't know what that was about. Might have been a mistake, a misclick perhaps, but that is going to cost him. A short jaunt again, the Radiance burning, another phase shift doing everything he can to try and survive, but comes back out into his death, and now they might look at 1J as well. Dark Mago, no X marks for another 4 seconds, and that will stop the chase from South America Rejects finally. Still doesn't feel too good. Play out the ward, maybe it's not done. Snowball out, onto the Hoodwink. This is really aggressive from Aztekor, and he'll eat a Purge, a Sword, and a bunch of damage for his troubles. Might not be enough to kill him with the heals, and now Chodex back out of nowhere. This brawl is just non-stopping as Frank back in to kill the Tusk, and now turning his sights towards the Bristle. I mean, all he can do is hope for a support kill. Meanwhile, Wits actually goes down. Not sure how that happened, but the Elk got caught out. So even though all these kills are seemingly going the way of South America Rejects, seems like Wits tried for a gank on the backside onto Dark Lord, but Dark Lord was able to escape him. And overall, 9k gold lead still for South America Rejects, but you get the feeling that Breeki Cheeki, that was about as good as they could ask for.
That was very good for them. No complaints right there.
Yeah.
The trades. They didn't lose the Muerta. She killed the Elk. That was great news, man.
Yeah, the Elk that's
Oh,
still
the-
doubling her net worth, unfortunately.
The gold lead could have been like 11k, you know. They just won the team fight cleanly. I'm pretty sure there were some spells missed, some bushwhack missed. Like I think he missed 3 bushwhacks, you know, in that fight, you know, on Soulful.
Yikes, yeah. Not a good look. He's immediately got to course correct by buying an Aethos, so he has no chance of missing those. Number 4. Lucky number 4.
What happened to his bushwhack?
He's just... I don't know. Maybe he got some light in his eye. I feel like he's just missed the past 2 minutes. Early game, it was all nice, though. He was landing all of them. I feel like those were the easier ones, too. Or rather, sorry, those were the harder ones. Frank's gone back for the Midas, so he's prioritizing his own scaling here, not too worried about forcing an end to this game ASAP. Also not going for any early Aghanim, so he's kind of giving up that potential bonus from the Grievous Greed just to kind of play his own game.
Yeah, he wants to fight. He doesn't want to hit creeps. He needs the BKB to fight.
Yeah.
I mean, Muerta is slowly but surely coming back into the game. 8k net worth right now. Still behind Frank, but I think he was in a way better. He's in a way better spot now compared to say 5 minutes ago. You know? So, Dark Lord, he's going to get
Jump
Joel.
straight in as the call
save.
needs to get a snowball off. Trying to find the angle around, but a bushwhack onto 2. They can't get the snowball off. Finally, it comes through onto the creeps, but that'll be easy for Dark Mago to set up with a torrent. Really nicely done. Nets himself a double kill.
I mean, Park is still in trouble. Okay, he's fine. I mean, this elk is literally gonna be very difficult to kill. They're all mass TPing top for the Bristol.
Don't have a sharpshooter, but they don't need it at all. Blowing him up with the help of the Hunter's Boomerang. Really nice map play from South American Rejects. They are not allowing Breeki Cheeki any space on the map.
Anywhere you go, Dagmar goes there. X mark. Once you get X, you know your life is forfeit.
Amisha might get caught here. He's surrounded by
he's
3
dead.
Breeki Cheeki heroes. Yeah.
He's dead. Oh, why didn't he try to use another poison on the creep wave? Like the moment you are
Could've cleared
caught when you're playing the dead lane here, the only thing that matters is clearing that creep wave. You don't even try
Yeah.
to survive, I'm telling you. You don't even think of trying to delay your death, you just get that wave. Your objective was to get that wave and you just do it before you die.
Yeah, that's fair. He kind of got a bit wishful, thinking that he had a chance of juking out there.
What the
What?
hell is Schofield doing? His teammate just died here. Just literally 20 seconds ago.
That's a Schofield classic move. I bet you. I bet you
I
he
don't
was trying to
fucking
steal the
understand.
Tormentor.
But then stay on the high ground and wait.
Sometimes you get a little up and personal.
1v4, 1v5. Let's go out.
Yeah, he's got a BKB. 1J trying to hide away in the tree lines as the core. Unfortunately, no mana to snowball. Will slowly get clicked down. Chodex being held in place as well. Whoa.
Okay.
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 A little
Lag.
lag.
Kale.
Kale.
Always have to sneak one of those in, you know. Kale. It is not a Dota game if there is no Kale.
That's true. You know, I always thought this. I find that there's a ton more disconnects in pro games than in my pubs. Like, I queue
Why?
into a pub.
Because people are
everyone's-
trying harder in your pub, so nobody disconnects. Everyone has perfect internet.
It seems that way. No one has any issues whatsoever. Or maybe they're just keeping it to themselves. Maybe everyone's on 400 ping, actually. They
Oh,
certainly
lucky
play like
you,
it
yeah.
sometimes.
Lucky you, your games are perfect.
Well, I wouldn't say that perfect. Would you consider a Warlock mid with Kaya Blade Mail Rush perfect?
Anything
Those words
can
have
work.
never even been those words have never even been said
Anything
before.
can work. Anything. If you put your heart to it, anything can work.
Yeah. Okay.
Have
Winter.
faith.
So you're telling me if South American rejects really put their heart to this draft, they could win?
I mean, they're winning.
Yeah, but they need to put their heart to it.
Yeah, but they're already winning.
So
10K
heart not
ahead.
required. Heart not required.
I mean, they're already putting their heart in it.
How do you
Maybe
know?
maybe not so much discipline, but their heart is already in it.
Okay,
They
okay.
pick
They
Dark
left the
Magor.
discipline at home, but they...
Yeah, they picked Dark Mogul Konka mid. You think there's no heart in the team? It's his best hero. It's his signature hero. They want to win. They're
Would
here
you
to win.
say that's his signature? I feel like his signature hero has to be his Tiny.
No, his signature hero is his. I feel like isn't Konka and
It's Kanka,
Bat
Tiny,
more-
and Bat. That was his
yeah,
classic
Bat.
trio.
Bat is more signature, right? Konka and Bat over his Tiny.
All right, let me pull something up for you. Give me a moment, because I know that there was a point in time, like player hero, like win streaks or like iconic combinations or win rates. I know Knoxville posted a stat about this.
Okay, what's the stat?
Let me find it for you, because I know it's on. I know where to find it. Give me a moment.
you
You can fill the time. You can fill the time.
the game's
Go ahead.
starting.
You got
damn
it. No, get it. Go.
South American rejects. They're trying to take over the gates, and the gate belongs to the rejects. But he dies for it. But it's okay, They're gonna get everyone in return. Almost everyone. Puck is alive. Another missed spell, whatever it is. Not a missed bushwhack, but a missed sharpshooter. Dark Ascension. They want this fairy dragon, and the fairy dragon is going to be dead.
Hey, Winter, I got good news. I'm back with the stat.
What's the stat?
Okay. Longest player hero streaks of all time. So a win streak on a hero. Dark Magor's in the top 6. So Quinn currently holds the record. He has 29 wins in a row on Void Spirit. But Dark Magor's up there with 20 wins on a row on his Tiny. If you'll believe that.
I have to, right? Stats don't lie.
Yeah. That's true. You know how it goes.
I'm in the business
Yep.
long enough to know that stats don't lie.
So true. But because
Roche?
they popped the Dark
The sneaking
Ascension
Roche?
in the bot lane, yeah, they're gonna try
Okay.
and sneak this Roche.
Do they know? Do the South American rejects know? Oh,
Yeah, they're
still
walking
pretty
over.
Strong. Oh, it's too late.
Yeah.
It is too late. This game is starting to get spicy.
You don't have your
No
BKB on
BKB.
Dark Magor needing to save. Elmisha will come through with the disrupt. Wit's now standing his ground, trying to protect this Kanka mid. Able to escape there with the move speed. Not sure what exactly gave him that. Bushwhack to stop the punch from coming out. Wits is able to walk away as well. The one thing about the South American reject supports, they are happy to give their lives if it means the core survive. That's one of the limitations of the Night Stalker as well. The second you pop that Dark Ascension in its daytime, that is free reign for Breeki, Cheeki to do whatever they want, and they will take their reward. That's an Aegis on the Moeta and 2 support kills.
Yeah, last 2 fights very, very bad for South American rejects. They gave away so much to Breeki, Cheeki.
Yeah.
I mean, you're starting to see their lineup getting to where they are supposed to be getting. The power of their lineup. Scotter, like with the heals, everyone becomes really tanky with the chakra. Puck's really hard to kill, and now Moeta is Aegis, Maybe the Dark Lord has risen once more to rule this earth. He may have started the game with 5 to 6 deaths, but right now he is back where he is supposed to be, on the throne.
Yeah, his worshippers have elevated him up to a very nice point. And to be honest, a little bit of sloppiness starting to set in perhaps for South America rejects. I feel like the misspells are becoming more apparent. The misspells were the reason why Frank felt the need to pop the Dark Ascension so he could kill the pup, which led to him
Yes.
not having the Dark Ascension. So it really is quite a significant trickle-down effect, I would say.
The domino effect, They're still pretty strong on the South American reject side. I don't think they need to fear this Aegis. They should still fight.
There's the bushwhack. That's what you want to see. That's a dead tusk.
Is that a dead bristle too?
No, is that absolutely a dead bristle? Okay.
So what's the third dead hero? Let's see. Is there gonna be a third?
Huh?
I mean, bot lane. Frank is coming in. Frank is
Yeah.
coming in hot. Dark Ascension.
Wow,
The silence.
come on. Can't get away. He just can't get away. He's way too quick. I feel like he had a split second to press it there, but it was just not realistic. Now 1J's dead as well. Bonk. Frank is so freaking scary, man. I feel like he just appears out of nowhere. Darkmago gonna pop that BKB now. Darklord being threatened up here. The illusions are killing him. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Okay. Shadow Demon is the counter to Moeta.
So true. Moeta still has the BKB. Might have to use it. And get pulled in.
He's disrupted.
More illusions.
He's in trouble. He's
He
disrupted.
is in fact in trouble. The illusion's doing the damage. Meanwhile, Frank stopped up by Chodex at the moment. They want to look at Darklord, pull him back in, shoot him down. You got guns, I got a boomerang, I got a sharpshooter, and I got a team on my side. You ain't got shit. Oh, Breeki, Cheeki, they are just getting dropped like flies around the map.
Frank is the fly hunter. You know, he's the one hunting them now.
Yeah, it's real nice to see. What a Night Stalker performance from him. I mean, this seems to be the sleeper the Night Stalker seems to be a sleeper counter to the puck from the mid lane. Every time someone dares to pick an early puck, out comes the Night Stalker on off lane, sorry, and then it just makes their whole day ruined.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the fact that the Night Stalker's laning phase is a lot better now with the new
Midnight Feast.
Yeah, Midnight Feast.
Yeah, you'll be having a Midnight Feast very shortly after this winter, I'm sure.
No, the place is closing soon because it's a 3-game series.
Okay, sorry about that.
Why you got to remind me, you know?
I didn't know it was closing. I didn't mean to add salt to the wound there. Darkmago having to pop his BKB to try and survive here. South American Reject's not certain whether they want to fight. Wits will make the call though. He'll go in, control the puck, still needs to try and escape. Frank standing his ground right in the middle, but the puck managing to get out. Buyback there from the Tusk. Breeki, Cheeki also wanting to stand their ground, but they aren't able to hold these heroes down in place. Darkmago using this Kanka perfectly, pulling in the bot back Tusk, and that will be a dieback. They focus their targets nice. And the Torrent doesn't catch Speedic, but still gets him on the damage, and Frank will find another. That needed to be the fight. Breeki, Cheeki pushed back South American Rejects, but instead, they get dived under their own tier 3. The Bristleback can do nothing but watch, as Wits might go in too. Oh my goodness, this Alchemist. You don't want to get too hungry for blood here. You want to focus these objectives. Darkmago still swiping away there. Sharpshooter, Schofield. Slightly off the mark there.
Slightly.
Yeah, so as soon as I said that, I'm like, I'm fucking lying, bro. Like, Clem, keep your drawing skills to yourself, okay? Don't embarrass me like that, man. I thought we were friends.
I'm sorry.
28
man.
minutes, Shrine of Wisdom. Yeah, I know. I set myself up for that one. That's a little rough. Okay, but I mean, that fight went so well. Do you agree with the Breeki Cheeki decision there? It almost felt like they thought they needed to win that fight. I thought they could just maybe back off.
I mean, they kind of wanted to kill some heroes off there. You know? I felt like it was reasonable given the health bars and the diving and whatnot. But yeah.
Oh, okay. So we were wondering who the Alt would give the Aghanim Scepter to. He actually gives it to Elmisho. Not
What
very
the
often
hell?
you see the support get the Aghanims first, but the double Demonic Purge is going to be so useful into these heroes. Just keep them in place. No 4-staffs, no shenanigans, no saves. I can see
The
it.
thing is, Darklord's dying to his own illusions. he
Yeah.
gets disrupted and perched on top, he is dead.
Yeah,
100%.
exactly. Wits was winding up a concoct.
Wait, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So Shadow Demon X means that he breaks, right? If he breaks the Muay Thai and then he disrupts the Muay Thai, so the disruption illusion, do they not have the break, like the innate or whatever tied to his ulti, so he cannot hit him during
No,
the
no.
pierce the
I think when you create illusions, they replicate all the passives, regardless of whether the passives are active on the hero. Do you get what I mean? Like,
Yes.
so if you broke a bristleback but you made illusions of him, it doesn't matter if he was broken at that time. You still get the bristleback. Well, now you don't really have much of a task. Holy shit, he disappeared. And Chodek's gonna try and punish. Like, he's walking around, but there's not much that he can do unless Sa give him the chance. Maybe just trying to bait. Here comes the X marks. This is the control, and Wits
Oh, he
is
didn't
in.
BKB?
They have him
Oh, he
facing the
didn't
right
BKB.
direction. He did not BKB. Indeed. The illusions of the Muay Thai, we talked about this. This is trouble. Having to pop our own BKB to survive. Schofield will be happy to tank the gank if it means that they can clean the Muay Thai up after. Nighttime concludes, though now things are awkward. Wits is in an awkward spot, popping the BKB to chase onto Dark Lord. No more Pierce the Veil means that his head will get pierced off his skull. Now you come back at Aztecor because his death timer is so goddamn low. Now Misho still with the chase. Yeah. Now you see the Koto trying his best to cast the spells from the backline, but there's only so much he can do. Even in the bright daytime, South American rejects are charging all over your base. That's how you know the game's rough. There's quite a bit of magic damage being put out towards Sa though, and because of that reason, they're gonna back out for now.
And Rosh is gonna spawn in a minute. Time to go back and wait for Roshan. I don't know if that's in the playbook of the South American reject. They don't seem to care about the objectives that much. They care more about
Yeah,
the
I don't know if
kills.
waiting is something they have a direct translation for. Not too sure.
Frank is going to have his ultimate up 30 seconds. That is the only spell they are going to be waiting for.
True. Breeki Cheeki gonna try and catch them off guard perhaps, but this is... That's the problem in Night Stalker, right? As much as your own moves are telegraphed, I feel like your opponent moves are telegraphed as well. But clearly not easy to read enough. BKB speedix in, putting out the damage, the puck, he's trying his best to carry this fight, but he just can't lock down any hero. Meanwhile, Wits, he's distracted the back line, but he's not able to pop his own BKB, and Wits goes down. A little bit of misestimation there from the Alchemist, and now Sa, they're on the run without their carry. Still looking over the tree line with Frank in their ultimate form, but then that just means they've used the Frank ultimate for no real gain. They need to try and find something here, but the positioning is awkward. Breeki Cheeki, they're keeping this nice formation, and Frank just can't get in. Roche is up. 60 seconds, no ALP. And in a moment, the Dark Ascension's gonna come to a close. He does have a buyback, but he doesn't have a Chemical Rage. He might just have to do so. Roshan's gonna roll. What's the decision? Sa, do you contest or not? Using the out buyback here in this case would be really, really difficult pill to swallow. Might just have to give this one over. Try for a cheeky steal. Wits is gonna buy back. Keeper of the Light, Agonims, they're trying to block some entry into the pit. In comes Frank. Frank snatches it! Frank, the goddamn tank! And he is gonna set up for Sa to roll all over Breeki Cheeki. It is bright as day. It's not his time to shine, but he still finds a way. GG is called. His eyes might have been squinting, but he just snatches it right from under their noses. Frank is the MVP of this game. What a performance from the offlaner of South American Rejects to secure themselves not just the series, but the top spot in Group B.
He went from Frank the Tank to become Frank the Thief, you know, in that last fight. Stealing the
True.
Aegis.
True.
No ultimate,
Yeah.
no problem. No Dark Ascension, no vision. It's alright, you know. I can just time it. I can time it. I don't even think he got any vision on anything like this. There were no spells they gave them. Maybe it was the Shadow Demon. I'm not sure. But there was a very nicely timed blink right at the end, you know, from Frank the Thief. Stealing away the
Yeah.
Aegis and sealing the game, you know, sealing Breeki Cheeky's fate in that game.
Another day of hard work for Frank the Tank. We said at the start, he needed to carry the team. He needed to pop off, and he absolutely did. What a performance from him. But overall, honestly, even though it's a little bit messy at times, South America Rejects just proving that at least in Group B, they're the kings, they're the ones not to be messed around with, and they managed to close out their group stage in a fashion that probably feels a bit better than how their series in PGL Wallachia felt today. So in both cases, they'll fight on to see the other day. This one's a lot more comfortable for them, of course, but a lot has gone on, and with that, it closes out our group stage. We're not going to leave you hanging though. We're of course going to let you know how it's all boiled out. There's probably a lot of questions. Are there tiebreakers? What's happening next? Well, we can look at the standings just to find out a little bit more as you have them on your screen here. So, quick update. As you can see, Group A, things are mostly sorted. Now, you might be asking, Sneeze, look at all those 5-2s. How does that work? Well, I have the answer for you. According to the tiebreaker rules, the final ranking is meant to be Rune Eaters in second place, followed by Namiga, rightfully in third place, and then one win team. This is because of the tiebreaker, specifically new status scores that we have and the individual head-to-head records and whatnot. We're not going to get into the details. We're not going to bore you, but Raw Gaming, Ivory, unfortunately, they'll be the ones knocked out. And Lynx and Modus, for the games that we saw them play, doing a lot worse than I expected, Winter.
Yeah, I kind of also had more expectations on them. But Namiga kind of outdone my expectations. Namiga and Rune Eaters, I expected them to maybe not do so well, but they proved me wrong. So we'll have to see in the playoffs if they can keep doing the same. Can they keep up the pressure? Can they keep up the playstyle, the performance? It's gonna be more difficult from then on. So they have to play much better when it's the playoffs beginning tomorrow.
Yeah, we felt like these two teams in particular didn't seem to have some sort of rhythm. Hopefully they can get on beat. But for Group B, as we can see, with the way that this has ended, South American Rejects have put themselves on 6-2. This is not updated, of course. So Breeki, Cheeki, they'll be at 5-3. South America Rejects first, and the rest of the groups mostly updated. So you have South American Rejects, Breeki, Cheeki, Power Rangers, Zero Tenacity. I remember at the start of our entire group stage, Winter, you were saying Zero Tenacity feel like your dark horse, right? You think they can come out and really surprise everyone. So I guess this result is not unexpected for you.
Yeah, I think they are a pretty decent team. They've been around for some time already, this stack. I think they have some interesting ideas about the game. They have some interesting heroes, and hopefully we actually get to see them on our stream, and we'll be able to see them show some of their strategies, in the future.
Absolutely. But we'll have to wait for the playoffs for that, and we don't have a bracket for you just yet. But of course, you can look that up online yourself. I'm sure everything will be updated very shortly. But for us, we're moving on. We unfortunately have to say goodbye to those bottom four teams. Goodbye, E-Star, Bex, BTC Gaming, Raw, and Ivory. The Southeast Asia and China representation out, and some very valuable members of the South American representation not going to make it to the next stage. But DreamLeague Division 2 will continue on all the streams tomorrow at the very same time it starts daily. We're going to the playoffs. We're going to find out which one of these remaining teams will fight to claim the 2 spots in Dream League Season 29. We'll see you tomorrow.
Just longing for a glance from you, yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do, hey. When we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide.
Go and tell your mama to get up off her seat. Go and tell your mama to come out in the street. 'Cause it's all going on right here. We're gonna make it perfectly clear. When you hear our voices ringing in your ear. Yeah, 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 yeah. Go and tell your mama she better come around. Yeah.
We got the mother of all parties, and it's about to go down. Yeah.
Yes, we're having a celebration. We're gonna rock the entire nation.
It's a win-win situation, so gotta lay it down.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, your mama got to tell. Your mama got to tell. Your mama, you got to go and tell your mama.
Yes, we're having a celebration.
Gonna rock the entire nation.
It's gonna be a sweet sensation, so
Mama,
lay it down.
Go and tell your mama.
Get up on your feet now.
Go and tell your mama. Tell your mama, yeah. Go and tell your mama. Tell your mama, yeah.
Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now, I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys, they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret.
magic caught my eye. Yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute?